All right, then. Hello and good afternoon, everybody. I'm paying attention to those who are joining us live on Facebook, on YouTube. I want to ensure that at least you can hear me. I think I'm just going to be tracking the comments to ensure that I can see everyone in the audience. So, good afternoon, good evening, if you can hear me, wherever it is you can hear me from. I'd like to see good afternoons, I'd like to see good evenings, whichever one works for you, because there is the age long debate as to when the evening constitutes, if it's 4 p.m. or not. I don't know if it's age long, but I keep having it with my friends. So, hello, hello, hello. Good afternoon. I'd like to welcome all of you to the Value Exchange Program, the AUValue Exchange Program. And of course, my name is David Williams, first of all. Before I just allow myself to just keep running, my name is David Williams. I am known in some corners as the Big Talker. And it is such a pleasure to have you guys on the AU Vex program, which for most of you do not know, Vex is not just a Nigerian pidgin word. It is an English word. And of course, it is to agitate. So I hope that we agitate some people towards change today. Now, I've been talking a lot already, but good things, as I always say, come in twos. And today, I'm not the only David that is set to take on the Goliath that is this particular event. I have the pleasure of co hosting today with an absolutely phenomenal woman. And I'm just going to let her do justice and introduce her own self. I don't think we do enough justice by introducing people who can speak for themselves. Hello. Babe, I'm not sure the people can hear you. Are you muted? I don't think I can still hear you. So maybe just check if you're muted so that we're all sure we're on the same page. But for everyone, if you can hear her, let's ensure that it's not just me. If you can hear her, please just drop a comment and let me know. All right. Just let me know if you can hear us. Not just her, but me as well. Let us know if you can hear us. I think I should have done that earlier. I hope you guys can absolutely forgive me. Let me know if you can hear me. Let me just do that right now. Let me know if you can hear me. It is important for me to know if you can hear me, please. Hey, Favor, you're back? Yeah, but I still can't hear you for some reason. I still can't hear you for some reason. It's fine. We'll get there. We'll get there. All right. So I'm checking the comments while we just ensure that everyone is here. Our speakers, of course, getting ready to join us. I want to ensure that everyone is here. So what I want to do right now is see your comments. I need to see comments. I'm checking right now. I need to see comments. I need to see your names, where you're watching us from. I need to see your expectations. So please, everyone, I need you to drop that in the comments right now. I would absolutely love to see that. Let's see your names. Let's see where you're joining us from. And of course, please send me your expectations. Please, let's do that very quickly. Oh, yes, I'm seeing some. I like that. Hello, we can hear you. Okay, you can hear me. Thank you very much for that. Thank you so much. You can hear me. I'm grateful that you can hear me. Good, 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 good. I like that. I'm from America, Amy Keller. Hi, Amy. Thank you so much. I mean, you're braving the time difference to be here, and we absolutely value that. I see Amara Chuku from Enugu. Thank you so much. Oh, good, good. Drop more names and locations. I love that. I love that. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Timi Tokba in Enugu from Russia. Love that. I love that. I love that. We have Europe, Africa, and North America represented. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Absolutely love it. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Because you guys are the most important part. Just to be able to introduce guys. Your involvement in this is the cornerstone to why this is happening in the first place. It is that you are essential to the conversation that is happening today. For those of you who did not hear me at the beginning, welcome to the AUValue Exchange Programme. Now, I emphasized exchange because the idea is not just that we're going to be talking to you or at you. The idea is that we're talking with you or talking to you. The idea is that this is a conversation. We want there to be some exchange of value. And as much as we want to be able to pass value onto you, and we know we spend most of the time speaking to you, we want to be able to also hear from you. And so that's why I keep asking to see the comments. And I absolutely love what I'm seeing. And I'm so grateful that you guys are turning up. I love it. I love it. I'm seeing more people from Enugu. Hey, Enugu, you guys are my biggest supporters right now. Okay, so I love it. I love it. I love it. So once again, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the AUValue Exchange, the VEX program. We're so happy to have you. It is such a wonderful, wonderful time that we're planning to have today. We have some of the most instrumental, most valuable speakers from all across the continent who will be joining us today to be able to help have this conversation. Now, we do not plan to do this by ourselves. As I mentioned earlier, we hope that your engagements, your questions, your comments will be added onto this conversation. Why? Because, like I said, it is an exchange of value. It is not just for us to be able to talk at you, it is for us to be able to talk with you. It is more conversational, more interactive. And for those of you who do not know, the theme particularly is building systems that make performance inevitable. Now, for those of you who are people who work in corporate, for example, you've known a hierarchy your entire life, or you've known a hierarchy your entire corporate life. Structures are what make organizations run, from small organizations to large organizations. Your family runs because your father, your mother are able to understand their roles in a marriage and therefore their roles in a family. There's a nuclear organization, and the structure, the systems put in place are what makes it work. It is why you have chores. Because if your father had to spend the time that he was supposed to use in trying to figure out finances, in helping you to tidy up your room, then there will be a gap. And that gap will be costly to the structure of the family and the progress and the success of the running of that nuclear organization. And that's what we're trying to look at for you. It is that anybody can build systems. Human beings build systems. This is why we journal. It is why we have alarms. It is why we have calendars to be able to help us find our way. Hi, Favor. Are you there? If you're muted, just unmute. Just unmute so that we can be with you. Hey, while Favor is joining us, don't forget, like I said, if you're just joining us, we still want to have you send in your name and where you're joining us from. I'm seeing more people from Ebonyi. I've seen from Russia. I've seen a lot more people from Enugu than I expected. So I've seen from Enugu, I've seen from Russia, I've seen from the United States, I've seen from Abia State, and I absolutely love the turnout, and I love the engagement so far. You guys are amazing. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Favor is going to be joining us in just a moment. But then again, there's something I haven't seen. I mentioned it earlier. Your expectations for this before we get into it, because that's going to be the most important part. Like I said, this is value exchange. Akwaibom Uyo, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining. I mean, Aniekan is the convener. It would be a problem if I did not see more people tapping from Uyo. Enugu has overtaken his own place. I'm going to bring that up with him. But yeah, thank you so much. I'm seeing Jackson Sunday from Uyo, Akwa Ibom State. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, guys. Expectations. I've seen your locations now. I need your expectations. What are your expectations from the AUValue Exchange Program, or like I've called it, the VEX program? I want you guys to VEX, and I want you guys to be able to VEX and be agitated to create better systems for yourself, create better results for yourself. For those of you who are just joining us, it is building systems that make performance inevitable, meaning that regardless of your involvement, it is like passive results. Let me put it that way. You're sleeping or you're awake you're working or not, your systems ensure that your results and your performance are inevitable. That's what we're talking about today. So, expectations. For those of you who have seen, especially the lineup of speakers, I'm not even going to mention it. If you need to see the lineup of speakers, please go to Aniekan AU's page on Facebook. And for those of you who are joining on Twitter as well, I believe the thumbnail is available. So please, I'm seeing another person, Winner Chibong from Uyakabam State. Thank you so much. I need you guys to drop your expectations. Drop your expectations now. I've seen a lot of locations. Drop your expectations. I'm checking that. Drop your expectations. Drop your expectations, please. I'm looking out for that. I'm literally reading to see what somebody's going to tell me now, because I'm going to read your expectations back to you at the end to see if we have met them. That's important. This is you evaluating us now to see if we've wasted your time or not. So I need you to drop your expectations. Okay. I'm checking. I'm hoping that I'm seeing more. What are you hoping to get out of this conference, this program, this conversation, this webinar, whatever it is that you're choosing to call it? What do you hope to get as a result of you joining us? I need to see that. And in just a moment, I'll take the time out for us to be able to thank our sponsors. We have so many amazing sponsors here. We're just going to take a moment to appreciate them. But I want to ensure that I've seen your expectations. And I want to also check to ensure that all our sponsors are here so that we can thank them. Also, again, the more comments I see, the more I know that you're interacting. And that shows that we are having this conversation together. Why? Because at some point you're going to be able to ask questions, and your questions will be asked through this comment section sessions, right? Please. So my expectations on, I'm just trying to read some of the comments and see that. Okay. You're hoping to gain knowledge. You're venturing into business. I'm seeing that from Prince Vic. Okay, beautiful. To gain knowledge, to venture into business. Beautiful. I'm hoping to get value for strategic leadership. I love that. I absolutely love that. I love that. I love that. I love what I'm seeing. I love what I'm seeing. Okay. I'm still reading your comments. I'm still reading your comments. I'm going to give you like 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Tell me your expectations. Okay. So while I'm waiting for more people, ability to be able to build consistent learning system for sustainable growth. I like that. I really like that. Consistent system for sustainable growth. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much. I like that. I like that comment very much. This person is thinking sustainability. You're jumping ahead of us, but I like it. I like it. Okay. Okay. So I'm just reading through. I'm reading through the comments to ensure that we're all on the same page. While I'm waiting I'm hoping to gain value. Beautiful. I like that. But specifically, I need your specifically. Yes. What kind of value are you hoping to get? We've promised value, but what specifically is valuable to you? I don't know if it's rice that is valuable to you, and we're not sharing rice here. That's just a side note. I'm joking, please. Okay. Environment and business as well. Okay, good. I like that. That's more specific. I'm going to take a moment to just appreciate my sponsors first in the house. I think we can see our sponsors. So Grills and Billmid, thank you so much. We appreciate you for being here. Auto Ease, thank you so much. We're grateful for helping us automate and ease into the conversation. See how I'm playing on your name there. And thank you to the African Dream Network, because without your network, we would not be able to achieve our dreams. Hey, see, I'm having fun with this. And of course, thank you so much to Roy Ashmore. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Roy. Thank you so much for being a partner and a sponsor for this conversation.
The
And
partners
this one,
of this program include Lead World,
okay.
The Place, Master Jeep Travels, Strengths Africa, A&A Tech Ease Services, Grills at Belmed, Auto Ease, The African Dream Network, Roy Ashmore, Paul Uda Leadership Firm. The partners of this program include Lead.
Thank you. See, I enjoyed the video rollout. Thank you so much. If you left me out, I've been making puns with all of it and enjoying it. But we're grateful to all of you. Thank you so much to all of you. It shows that you value. If you allow me to use that double entendre, shows that you value by being here and by supporting this to be able to ensure that we can have the different resource persons share their knowledge, their wealth of knowledge, and of course, impact on the people who are here today. Thank you so much. Hi,
Hi,
Favor.
David.
Oh, hi,
Hi.
Favor. How are you? I've waited to hear your voice
I'm
so much. It is
fine.
nectar to my ears. How are you?
I know. And I'm sorry, my network have just been very somehow, but we're working on it. So how are you doing? And I'm seeing the
I'm
comments, everything. I like the vibe.
of
How are you
course,
doing,
of course.
David?
I mean, it is absolutely lovely, Favor. And again, I don't think that you should apologize for things beyond your control. I think that it is a moment for you to vex and start your own network company. What do you think?
Mm. Well, that's why I'm here today.
Mhm,
The
mhm.
Vex, that's the
Absolutely.
movement, and I like that movement.
Absolutely. Favor,
Yeah.
let's bring the
So
people
I want
into
to
it.
Yes. So thank you everybody for joining this evening and you're welcome. It's so amazing to see different people from different places. Like you guys had so much to do, but you decided to be here today and it's just so amazing to have you all here with us. Thank you all so much. Um
Absolutely. You guys are absolutely amazing. We're so grateful for you guys. And I think we can actually get started. Should we just give the people more time to give us, while they are giving us their expectations, we'll just get into it and set the structure for for the rest of this event. What do you think?
Sorry David, I didn't get that. My
Okay.
network
No,
again.
I was saying, yeah,
Apologies.
no, it's fine. I was saying while we're waiting for everyone else to send their expectations, while people are still sending comments, dropping their expectations and whatever it is that they would like us to see and read, I think we can just set the tone and the structure for what this event is supposed to be.
Okay. So
Okay,
that's,
then.
of course, that's why I'm here. Can you hear me clearly?
Oh, no. Loud and clear. Bueno.
Okay, so I didn't introduce myself before, so I'm going to
Yes,
introduce
that is
myself
why.
right now. Yeah. So my name is Favor. I'm Favor David. David. You see how that goes? Yeah. And I'll be co-hosting with the amazing David Williams. And it's just such a privilege to be here. I know. It's okay to be here talking to everybody. And David, please stop distracting me. This is work.
I apologize. Yes,
Yeah, that's fine. So today I know we've had um we've had David, we've seen your comments and we've seen everybody's expectation, and that is really amazing. But then we would like to acknowledge some of the distinguished speakers and guests joining us tonight, right, David?
absolutely. I mean, I did. I
So
was being a little greedy earlier, and I told them to go on our Facebook page and go check them out. But yes, please. I think you can do that. I think just to show some mercy, I think you can do that.
mm,
Yes. Yes.
I think we should still make them anticipate for more. They should still keep
Oh,
um We should keep them thirsty,
I like when two
right?
of us align. I like when two of us align. Yes. Let's keep them
Yeah.
thirsty. Let's make them wait. Let's make them
Yes.
wait. For those of you who did not
Yeah,
check
and
out.
let them put in the comments. Let them put in the comments who they are more expectant with,
Mhm.
because I'm sure they've been seeing posters and all. They should show us in the comments who they are excited to hear from, what
Absolutely.
topics they want to learn about, and all. So let's see it in the comments. Let's see what you guys have for us in the comments section.
Absolutely, absolutely. And for those of you who are joining us, I'd like you to know that we're having participants on both Facebook and on YouTube. And so we're going to do our best to ensure that we're meeting the needs of those who are streaming from both platforms. I need you to know that we are not going to forget you, regardless of what platform you are. We are checking all of your comments in real time, seeing both at the same time. So
Yeah.
don't think that if we haven't read something out or if we haven't acknowledged it at any point, that is because you're on one platform or the other. We're checking both in real time. And we'd like,
At least
yes,
the
please.
YouTube people are more active than the Facebook people. I think Facebook
Yeah,
people are
I'm
still
saying
sleeping.
they're going to come up because I did tag them as favorites earlier because I thought they were a larger community and they're used to commenting. I think YouTube is
Yeah, but
winning.
yeah, YouTube is winning. Like everywhere is
Yeah,
red. So much fire. And
absolutely.
it's so awesome. Come on, the
Facebook,
blue team. You guys
Facebook,
should paint this town blue.
absolutely. Because you're beginning to act like last bonds or Facebook or they're leaving you behind. Please don't act like last month that they say you should go and wear your shoes and then they'll go and leave you. Please,
Yeah,
please ensure that you are
exactly.
keeping up. We don't want you guys to feel like you're left behind. A YouTube farmer actually burning a hole through our comments, and we love
See,
it.
see,
Okay, so let's.
so there's an interesting comment from Amarachuku. She said, "I'm
Mhm.
excited to hear from Mrs. Oby Okeke.
I
Maybe
see.
Aniekan Usoroh." Maybe she's not so sure.
Maybe that
Yeah,
sounded petty. What do you have against Mr. A? We'll get to it soon. You'll soon hear from
yeah.
him. But I
We
mean,
should put her
very important.
somewhere and talk about it.
Yeah, very importantly, she has started to leak the names of the speakers. But again, like I said, you need to go and check the Facebook page, Aniekan Usoroh's Facebook page. So it's Facebook, Aniekan Usoroh, Usoroh. Aniekan is Aniekan. All right. So just go check out the Facebook page and ensure that you can see the flyer to know what speakers are coming up. I'm not going to leak it yet because I'm excited to bring them up. But we've recognized the partners. We've thanked our partners very importantly for being here. We'd like to thank you guys as well for being here and on time. We value your contributions, like I said. We hope that you will continually engage by dropping comments when we ask you to. And then at some point, when we mention that we're opening up the floor for questions and, of course, engagement with our guests, that you will indulge us as well by sending your comments in the comment section, just like you're doing right now, so that we can ensure that we're capturing all of it and we're being a
I
part.
have my notepad and my
Oh,
my pen because I have to be ready.
I can't miss
And I
anything.
think all of
I,
you have
I can't,
yours
I can't,
too.
I can't miss anything. Absolutely. So I
Yeah,
hope you guys are
exactly.
taking notes as well, because it's going to be an
Yeah.
absolutely valuable exchange. So shall we dive right into it?
We shall.
Okay, all right then. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin right about now. Just to be able to give you a bit of a hint as to what you're expecting from tonight, we will be having four speakers, just four speakers, powerful speakers. It's going to be a fully balanced event. Four is a square, four is balance. So it is a fully balanced conversation. Now, I wouldn't say it is completely gender balanced because we have just one female speaker. We'll get into that in a bit. But it is a balanced conversation. It is a full square. And the idea of it is that we hope that after each conversation, we would want to have questions for each speaker. But we hope that you can hold your questions, maybe put them down in your pens and your pads. And at some point, we'll provide you the opportunity for you to be able to ask your questions. And that's going to be the structure of most of the evening. At some point, we'll take the time to be able to acknowledge your comments as well in between. So if you have comments, if you have an impactful quote, something that touched you, by all means, you can drop that during the course of the event while it's going on. That's not restricted to any time, and we'll take out the time to acknowledge you and read it out at some point. But questions pardon me, would like you to hold off until when we say drop your questions. How's that? Yes? I need a thumbs up in the comments, thumbs up in the chat. Beautiful. I like that. Somebody is very quick. Yeah. Thank you. I need thumbs
Yeah,
up.
very.
YouTube, you guys are making me look bad on Facebook. YouTube is
I
just
like that.
active. I mean,
I'm seeing
before
you
I
too.
even said thumbs
Yay.
up, somebody said noted.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Let me see more. Let me see more. Let me see more. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love the thumbs up. Thank you so much. I need like
Thank
one more
you.
or two more thumbs up from Facebook community to ensure you guys are there. You guys should not leave me
I need more
hanging.
from
Just a
YouTube.
thumbs up.
I'm seeing YouTube,
Yeah.
please. I'm wearing red. I'm holding red, I
Okay.
mean,
See,
so
it's
red.
a lot of YouTube. Wow. I'm wearing red.
I'm holding
It's a
red.
lot. Okay. Okay. Good. Good. Good.
Yeah,
Good. Good.
YouTube.
Good.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Okay. Good. Thank you so much for that. I've seen the comments and I'm grateful for it. I'm just looking here and I'm seeing them. Thank you guys so much. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin, we're going to take a moment to put up the video of just a little video to be able to give you context. The idea is that we do not want to just bring you into this and just have Favor and I talk for the most of it. Favor and I have a simple job. We serve as hosts for this edition of the VEX program. This is not the first time the VEX program has happened. It has been put together by an absolutely brilliant man. But again, like I said, I'm not going to take away the opportunity for him to be introduced in different words other than mine, because I may come in with my bias, I may come in with other personal anecdotes that he may have been trying to hide from the public. So, ladies and gentlemen, in just a moment, I'd like you to pay attention to the screen as the video will be playing introducing the convener of the VEX program to you to provide you context as to why we're here today. So please pay attention to your screens. The video is coming up right about now.
Aniekan Usoroh is a respected expert, leadership trainer, and transformational speaker with over 24 years of professional experience spanning business ethics, healthcare financing, microfinance banking, and organizational development. He's the founder of the Pathway of Champions, a platform dedicated to inspiring young individuals and organizations towards excellence, leadership, and intentional growth. Widely known for his passion for personal development and capacity building, Mr. AU, as fondly called by many, has worked with both small and large organizations, helping them improve organizational culture, business development structures, and staff capacity through effective leadership and communication training. He is the convener of the Champions Summit, where he continues to mentor young professionals, entrepreneurs, and emerging leaders on excellence, execution, mindset transformation, and purposeful living. Through his speaking events across multiple sectors, he has consistently challenged people to embrace discipline, innovation, and continuous self-improvement as pathways to success. Beyond his professional accomplishments, AU is admired for his optimism, integrity, and unwavering belief that every individual has the potential to become a champion when equipped with the right mindset, values, and direction. Today, we are privileged and blessed to learn from a man whose life and message continue to inspire excellence, growth, and transformational leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's give an enthusiastic and warm welcome to our convener, prolific leader and speaker, Mr. AU.
Let me know that you're there. Okay, I'm not sure I can be heard. So if you can hear me, please just let me know that you're there. All right. Okay. So I'm seeing all the comments. Amazing, 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 amazing. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Depending on where you're joining us from, it's some quarter or some half of an hour away from 4 p.m. And it's time for the AUValue Exchange Programme 2026. All right, so this promises to be an amazing time. First of all, can everybody please, before I even begin to say the things that I have to say, can everybody please put their hands together for amazing host, our fabulous host, David Williams and Favor Days. Let's do that. See 10, 20, 30 people all over this place. Just put your hands together. Just celebrate them for their great dexterity and the way they've been able to hold forth what we are doing here today. So I think it's super amazing to have them. I want to say a big thank you to everybody who was here. And you can almost immediately do me a favor. Just go ahead and share this link right now. Let your folks, get into the room. Let your people get into the room. Let them know that this is the value room and it's happening right here. So go ahead. Just take the link, share the link, and let your friends, your frenemies, your enemies, your kith and kin, your champions, your tribe, your community, your ecosystem, if you will, get them into the room right now. And it promises to be an amazing time. Yes, so it's a doubly function when you're the convener, and yet you also have to deliver a keynote. So I'm going to try and wrap everything in together. Again, I celebrate everybody that is on this call right now, those on Facebook, those on LinkedIn. It's super great. I see you. I see the comments. It's amazing. You're filling up my screen, literally. It's amazing. So I see all of that. I want to specially also recognize our speakers for today. If you have any idea, all right, one of them had a session that he's just wrapping up right about now, a monthly session that he holds, and because of love and because of the commitment to the ideals of this vision, he's going to be here in a few minutes. Another just wrapped up his session yesterday. These guys are booked back to back. The third person, the lady has on and off speaking engagements and projects. It's amazing, that they're just coming here and they're spending this time with us. So I promise you, I'm not unveiling them. You'll probably already know them if you've been following us for a while. But I promise you that it's a great night. It's a great night. And of course, please, there's a team that has worked tirelessly, aside our partners and sponsors, a team of young people with fire in their bones. Yes, you heard me. Fire in their bones. Please help me love on, the back end team that is ensuring that this is getting to you right where you are. And of course, our partners that in many ways have come together to ensure that you get this free of charge. At a cost to them, but free of charge to you. All right. So let me see you go to the comment section and type value. I want everybody to run to the comment section and type value. Just go to the comment section and type value. Yes, value. Go to the comment section and type value. I want to see, that's when I know that we're on the same page. When I see value, I will know that we're on the same page. All right, just go ahead and type value. All right, go ahead and type value. Value. I want to see value all over this place. And then I will be able to share what I have to share with you. So go ahead, type value. I want to see value, more value. I'm seeing it. Yes. I'm seeing it right now. I'm seeing it right now. Awesome. More value. It's value exchange. So there's got to be aura for aura, value for value. All right. So go ahead. Value. If you've ever been in my sessions, you know that you have to be here with energy. I say that all the time. Energy. If you're going to be in my session, you're going to be here with energy. All right. A whole lot of energy. So let's just go ahead. I want to see enough. I'm getting ready for you. Trust me, I came prepared. All the speakers came prepared, and we're going to be diving into from effort to architecture. Woo! We're talking about the Value Exchange Program, building systems that make performance inevitable. And when this idea came to me, the theme came to me, my mind was literally blown. Building systems that make performance inevitable. Building systems that make performance inevitable. And we're going to be dealing with something right now that is titled From Efforts to Architecture. All right, building performance systems that scale without you. All right, and we're going right into it. So please understand with me that the famous question, and by the way, my session has already started. If you've ever been in any of my sessions, you understand that from A to Z, class is already on. Class is already on. All right, so I have a question for you. Regardless of what you do, regardless of how big or how small your organization is, or where you work, or, so as an entrepreneur, you have to take this into consideration. As an entrepreneur, you have to take it into consideration. As a founder, as a business person, you have to take all of this into consideration. And so I'm asking you, if you disappeared for 90 days, what will change? Generally, if you disappeared for 90 days, what will change? So if we were to put it in the business context, and I want you to understand this, if you disappeared for 90 days, will your business collapse? Will it stall? Will it grow? Because the truth of the matter is that the entire concept of business is not about skill, it's not about talent, it's not about passion, it's not about an inner drive, it's not about a hunger. All of that have a place. But when we speak of business, you have to take into consideration systems and structures. And so your answer will reveal whether you've built a business or you just have a job with a label on it. and you know what? Many people have jobs with labels on it. And don't panic, right? Don't panic. I've got something for you. Don't panic. I've got something for you. So let me go back a bit. It was getting a bit. So, one of the things that happens, and I've seen this happen many times, and that's why I wanted to share this with you at the Value Exchange Program, is this. Many leaders confuse activity with progress. I was having a conversation with a group of friends just a few days ago and a few weeks ago, and I said to them that this year is not about activity, this year is about productivity. And you have to understand that it's not about doing more. It's not about working harder. You see, if it was by hard work, then the laborers that are out there will be the trillionaires controlling SpaceX and Tesla. If it was about hard work, as you know it, it's not about more meetings. And so people believe that the busier they get, the more it should automatically translate into growth. So you're a tailor, and by the way, please help me celebrate all the guys that were a part of the pre-event warm-up session. From Favor, Winner, our speakers, UC Daniel, the Dean of the Productivity Academy, John Edem of Fresh Air Leadership Club, Confidence Unwalu, who has been a great support here, and Kilani Ezekiel of the Placey Educational Consults, who's been fantastic support. The latter two are part of the back-end team, and they did a phenomenal job at the pre-event, the pre-event warm-up session. So I think we should put our hands together for them and just celebrate them whilst I go on with my session. So we're talking about the fact that, look, it's not about doing more. And so a lot of you are doing more. You're a tailor, you're trying to get more active, you're into IT, you're in consulting, you're in the service space, and we're going to have a session about service businesses. Whatever it is that you do, you're an entrepreneur, and you just believe that the way for you to grow, the way for you to get more, the way for you to get stabilized is to do more. But it's not by doing more. It's not by doing more. The truth of the matter is that clarity in itself requires, and note this, clarity itself requires that you do less to get more. But that's somebody should just write that down. Clarity requires that you do less to get more. All right, so you work harder. In fact, some of you go and hire more staff. Some of you take on more people, but you don't understand that the people come in to meet the system and the structure, and in other words, the culture that you have in place. So that if there is chaos, they come in, and because people are magnifiers, Note this, because people are magnifiers. When they come in, they magnify what you have. So if you don't have structure on ground, they come in and magnify your states of having no structure. If you don't have systems in place, they come in and magnify your states of being systemless. If you have chaos on ground, they come in and magnify the state of your chaos and make it more chaotic. And so it's not about hiring more people. It's not about having more meetings, all right? I knew of an organization that will have meetings, and almost every meeting day from 8 in the morning till 6 in the evening. And I said that made no sense, because if time is life and time is required to get work done, if you're sitting in a boardroom for 12 hours every meeting day, and then the question is, when do you get to do the work? When do you get to execute? Without getting ahead of myself, when do you get to be able to actually deliver on the things that you want to deliver? And many times people do this because they really don't know what next to do, the lack thereof of structure. So it's not more oversight, because businesses don't just scale. When you do all of that, it just gets louder. It just gets louder. So in other words, what we're saying to you is that effort without organizational architecture is just expensive noise. It's just expensive noise. So the question is, what does architecture really look like? What does architecture look like? And business architecture, remember, we're talking about systems that, from effort to architecture, right? And architecture is simply, as I said on the screen, the invisible design, and hear me guys, the invisible design of behind how your business performs. And there are three questions. If you know me, you know I'm a man of many questions. So I'm going to start with three questions for you tonight. And I want you to take these questions very seriously. Question number one. Question number one. How do decisions in your business get made when you're not in the room? In other words, and listen to me, because I just heard somebody say, well, I'm the only one in my business. The question is, decisions will be made whether you're there or not. How are they made? Because if the effects of decisions will affect what you do, note that, and I'm not playing with words, if the effects of decisions will affect what you do, then the way that you arrive at those decisions are absolutely important to how well you do, because decisions are a function of two things: the quantity and the quality of information you have. The way that that information is processed, deployed, and utilized, which speaks of systems, hear me now guys, will now determine the quality of decisions that you make. In other words, the outcome that you have is not because things are not working well for you. The outcomes that you have is because the quality of decisions that are made daily in whatever vocation, initiative, or business that you have suffer much. So the question I'm asking you, the first question I'm asking you is, how do decisions get made when you're not in the room? And I want you to think carefully about it. Somebody write that down. Number two question is, how does work flow without you directing traffic? How does work flow without you directing traffic? So in other words, if you were absent for a while and you were not there, will everything go on, or will it grind to a halt? Really, my friends, what I'm trying to ask you is, are you the alpha and the omega of your business? Now, I know you're a great guy. I know that you're talented. I know that you're on your way to getting things to happen. I know that you've got things all going on. But the question is, you are but a man. And as a man, you have proclivities and you have limitations. It only means that everything that you can ever do will be at the level of the limitations that you have. This is why many years ago I said in a conference that you can only rise, or even more appropriately, fall to the level of your structure. And so it therefore means that if you do not have a structure in place that allows what you have within you to find expression without you, then your business is stagnated. Your vocation, your initiative, whether non-profit, whether for profit, whether a business, whether a socialpreneurship, whatever it is, it can never grow. And growth is not something that feels good to have. Please understand this. Growth is that important thing that puts you in position to qualify for the next position. In other words, if you're not growing, you're not just staying at the same level, because nature abhors vacuum. And because you are not growing, chances are that you are actually regressing. Which now brings me to the third question. Do you and the people in your business, do you know what winning looks like? Do you know what the big business looks like? Do you know what your breakthrough looks like? Do you know what your victory looks like? Two profound statements I've always made for the last decade and a half, and it's these two profound truths. Is number one, that you're wired to win. Number two is that you're equipped to excel. But the question that I'm asking beyond that is, if you're truly wired to win, do you know what equipment you have? Do you know what equipment you have? I'm sorry, if you're truly equipped to excel, do you know what equipment you have? And even if you knew what equipment you have, do you know how to use the equipment that you have? Because it's not just enough to have the equipment that will help you excel in your business. If you don't know how to use, place, adjust, and position those equipments to help you excel in your business, then chances are that you're not going to excel. And if truly and of a truth, and yes, it is, that you're wired to win, if you don't understand what winning looks like, how would you know what the wiring should be like? How do you know what the configuration of victory looks like? When you come face to face with the things that speak of your winning as a business, as an initiative, would you ever be able to recognize it? Because all of that is hinged on three things, my friend. Listen to me and listen to me real good. All of this, building systems that function beyond you, is hinged on your ability to, number one, recognize opportunities, number two, utilize opportunities, and number three, maximize opportunities. So the question I'm asking you right now, all right, the question that I'm asking you right now is, do you know what winning looks like? Do you know what winning looks like? Can we go further? I have quite a bit of way to go, and I really want to get to it. I really want to get to it. That's why I want to encourage you that stop being the engine. The Alpha, the Omega, the Lord over all, Superintendent General, the general overseer of your business, chairman and CEO and secretary and driver, and stop being the engine, because every engine is subject to wear and tear and ultimate collapse. Start being the engineer that puts the engine together, fine-tunes the engine, ensures the engine is running, and deploys, takes away from it to be able to deploy for another engine. Stop being the engine, start being the engineer. The engine does the work. The engineer designs the system that does the work. Listen to me. Let me tell you something real quick. Your job is not to run the business. Your job is to build the machine that runs the business. And there are many areas of value. I've talked about this many times. There are many areas of value that are absolutely important for everybody at the other sound of my voice. And if you've been around, you probably have heard it a few times. Number one, you must be a maven. Note that. You're not going to find it in the notes, but you have it right from my heart. Number one, you must be a maven. A maven is a voracious consumer of knowledge. You must be somebody that knows something about what is important in your industry and outside of your industry. I don't have the time to dwell into that. Probably later in the program, we'll be able to talk about it. Number two, and if you're getting what I'm saying, let me see some emoji fire. If this one is for you, friends, if this one is for you, Jams, let me see some fire in the comment section. Number two, you must be a negotiator. The ability to be able to weigh information in a way that delivers value to you while meeting the needs and expectation or perception of another, that delivers an advantage to you, is the art of negotiation. And so you must learn to be a negotiator. Number three, you must learn to be a salesperson. The ability to communicate value. And this is the essence of what we're doing on a platform such as this called the Value Exchange. You must learn to be able to communicate value. Number four, you must learn to be an explainer, a synthesizer, a master of ideas. All right, and I think that's about number four. Yeah, a master of ideas. But the king of them all is number five, and this is where stop being the engine and start being the engineer comes in. Number five, which is all really where I want to get each and every one of you to. You have to learn to be a system builder. You have to learn to build a system builder. A system builder is one who is able to integrate multiple operations, multiple components, has the big picture, has the wider view of whatever enterprise or endeavor that you have, and is able to deliver because he understands the big picture and able to bring everything together. Do you understand what I'm saying? So say to yourself right now, I will be a system builder. I want you to put your hand on your chest. I want you to open up your mouth. I want you to type very fast in your keypad right now and say, I will be a system builder. Come on, let me see. When I get about 10 people doing that, I'll move on. I'm not, I mean, even if I don't complete what I have to share with you, I believe in my heart of heart that the things that I've said so far are more than good enough to begin to shift your mind and lay the ground for the other speakers to come. Are you ready? Are you ready? AUValue Exchange 2026. Let me hear you say, I am a system builder. I am a system builder. I am a system builder. Beyond being a maven, beyond being a synthesizer, a master of ideas, beyond being a negotiator, beyond being a salesperson, a communicator of value, beyond being this and that, I am a system builder. I operate at the level of system builder. I function at the level of system builder. I think like a system builder. I am renowned for building systems. My value is in building systems. I am a system builder. I am a system builder. And for you to be a system builder, you have got to stop being the engine and you have to start being the engineer. You have to start being the engineer. And so I want to talk a bit about practical things and toolkits that are necessary for you to be an engineer, because never have I seen an engineer that shows up without his toolkits. And so what are the toolkits and principles and models and frameworks that you will need to be able to put structures and systems in your business? There are 7 things that you must pay attention to, and I'm going to try and remember them offhand, but then just note this thing. 7 things you must pay attention to. Number 1, you must pay attention to governance, and somebody write that down. You must pay attention to governance for your business to thrive. Whether you're the only one there, whether you have a 10-man team, whether you have a 60-man team, it doesn't matter. So these 7 things you must pay attention to, and the 5 the 5 tools that I'm going to share with you, speak across them. All of them are important. In fact, what will make it work, so you understand, is the holistic integration of these tools and framework I'm going to share with you. So I've given you some level of, because by the way, listen to me, guys. Every time that I speak, and I've been saying this on lately, but hear me. Every time that I speak, I do 3 things. Every time that I speak, I do 3 things. Number 1, I inform you, because information is power, and information gives knowledge, and knowledge gives light. And where you have light, you can move faster in the right direction and move with clarity. And because you're never given direction from the back but from the front, information now speaks of leadership. So when I speak to you, I transfer leadership to you. The second thing that happens every time that I speak to you is that I will inspire you. And inspiration is the catalyst that you need to get up from where you are, to remove the possibility, remove the shades and impediments that are in the way of the possibilities of your being. And that is what comes to you when I come to you as a bridge. And a bridge is that which connects you from where you are to the possibilities of your potentials, But hear me, and very importantly, the final and third thing. This is not even part of what I wanted to share with you, but this is what you get every time you have a session with me. The final and third thing that I do every time I speak to you is that I will instruct you, and therein will you hear a voice. Remember what David said earlier: a light, a voice, and a bridge. All right, and you will hear a voice, and the voice is the instruction that beckons you on the boulevard of action, so that it is when you act, in other words, aka execute, Selah, when you execute, the outcome of your disciplined execution will be the results that you have foreseen and predestined aforetime. But let me not get ahead of myself. Please understand that there are 7 things that you must pay attention to. And so if you want to take something away from this session, it is this: 7 things you must pay attention to. Number 1, you must pay attention to governance. Governance. Number 2, you must pay attention to measurement. Somebody note that down: measurement. Number 3, you must pay attention to structure. Number 4, you must pay attention to systems. Number 5, you must pay attention to culture. Number 6, you must pay attention to scale. And number 7, very importantly, right? Number 6, I have an idea around that, but let's put scale in. But number 7, very importantly, you must pay attention to people. Now, let's go over that again. You must pay attention to governance. You must pay attention to measurement. You must pay attention to scale. You must pay attention to strategy. Yeah, remove scale, strategy. You must pay attention to strategy. You must pay attention to systems. You must pay attention to structure, and you must pay attention to people. To people. Anytime that you don't pay attention to any of these parts, whatever you do will suffer. Whatever you do cannot go beyond you. Whatever you do will not scale. And scaling is not a function of growing bigger. Scaling is being rooted enough to accommodate flexibility. Because there are two things every business must do. Number one, in this time and season that you're in, for you to be able to grow your business and develop your business, hear me now and hear me real good. For you to be able to do that, you must be able, right? Listen carefully. You must be able to adopt the principle of anchorage and adaptability. Anchorage in the values that you have, and out of the 7 things, the things that you must look at and you must be solid about. And then you must have degrees of adaptability, which speaks to flexibility and has to do with the things that you must adjust to meet the times and to predict the future. So you will have the things that you must not shift on, your values, your culture, but you must have things that must adapt. Your strategy, your execution must be in tandem with the times that you're in. But is that really what I came to share with you today? I think so, but can I get back to my notes? If you want me to get back to my notes, please just say, please, AU, please just go ahead. Let me just see that in the comment section. Just say, AU, please just go ahead. If you really, really want me to get back to my notes, all right? Because I really need to get out to your face really soon, because we've got amazing people, and I'll begin to call them by name. Amazing people. I can see somewhere around me. I can see Elisha Mamman. I can see Dr. Alfred Atiba somewhere around me. I can see Oby Okeke somewhere around me, and they're coming with fire. I am just the John the Baptist. I am John the Baptist that has just come to speak to them. So if you're there, let me hear you say, AU, please go ahead, and then I'll go ahead. So I've talked about the 7 things that you must pay attention to. How are you going to pay attention to those 7 things? You must deploy tools. There's no way an engineer goes to the marketplace or goes to the field without his toolkit. As a business person, as a person of ideas and initiative, as a person who is an executor, and as a system builder, you must have your toolkit. Can I introduce you to 5 of my favorite toolkits? And I'll touch on them briefly as I begin to bring this session to a close. Number 1, my all-time favorite, Casper. The Casper toolkit, all right, which serves as a point of governance and strategy to an organization. And CASPA is an acronym, all right? Stay with me. I'm going to go rapidly through this. CASPA is an acronym that speaks to clarity, alignment, strategy, planning, execution, and results. CASPER. CASPER. Clarity, alignment, strategy, planning, execution, and results. Because when you see it that way, you understand that there's a need for you to have clarity. Please understand. One of the things that you must always start with, you may not have all the resources, you may not have all the capital, you may not have all the connection, all the network, you may not have all the partnerships, but you must have a degree of clarity. You must see enough to be able to take a step. You must understand that there's a whole 9 yards, and even if what you do is 2 9 yards or is 2 yards, you must have enough belief of the 9 yards to be able to take a step, not just within the confinement of the 2 yards that you're in, but you take a step because of your belief in the 9 yards that you're going to. This is how you build, because I've said it often and I'll say it again. It's not today that determines what you should do tomorrow. It's what you should tomorrow that determines what's necessary for you to do today. The question is, for the kind of organization that you're looking to build, for the kind of business that you're looking to build, what should you be doing today? Because as they say, morning shows the day. And so your clarity is important. But in the midst of that, you must have alignment. And alignment for me is the congruence of everything that you have around about you, your nature, your talents, your skills, your people, every single thing, bringing them in concert, in congruence with the vision that you have, the clarity that you have. The planning in itself is all about structure. The planning, the strategy is the blueprint of the roadmap of structure, the roadmap of performance, and the strategy tells you where to go. The planning tells you how you'll get there. The execution speaks to what you will do of the how, and then your results are simply an outcome of what you've done, which is based on what you are called to do, which is based on how you're supposed to go, which is based on where you're supposed to go, which is based on what you brought together with where you saw yourself getting to. Casper. Let me quickly share with you another that I have, the McKinsey 7S. And it speaks of strategy and all these things. The OKR always speaks of objective, key results, the EOS, which is the Entrepreneurial Operation System. And guess what, guys? One of the major prerequisites for you to be in any session with me is the willingness, one, the commitment, two, and the long-suffering nature of your ability to think. And so I expect that you are taking screen grabs right now of this. And you are going to, and we'll talk about this on the WhatsApp group, because we're going to have post conversations on the WhatsApp group. You didn't know that was going to happen, but I'm announcing that already. All right. So I expect you to go read up on all of this. And, when it comes to decision making, you have the rapid. I don't want to spend time here, but these are tools that you will use to be able to develop the kind of structures wrapped around the systems that are necessary for you to scale without you necessarily being everywhere. How many places can you be in? How many places can you be in? Organizations that have been affiliated with, we deploy training across 28 states for a financial institution in Nigeria. One of the top 3 financial institutions in Nigeria. We're across 28, a minimum of 28 states, and everything was happening at the same time. If we didn't have a structure and a system in place, how many places could I be in at the same time? And yet organizations don't have time. They have a small window for you to get a job done. If you're not automated, if you have not built processes that speak to your decision making, if you have not built systems around, oh my goodness, let me not go into what the other speakers have to say. If you have not built things, I will go into what the other speakers have to say. If you have not built things that ensure that it's easier for you to do your work while allowing you to create 3 things. Number 1, increase your revenue. Number 2, develop new markets. And number 3, become more cost efficient. If you do not find the things that help you do that, then ladies and gentlemen, you have no business running a business. That's why I say to you, mind your business. Everything I've said to you so far is captured in 3 words. Mind your business. Begin to pay attention to the 7 things that I said. Begin to use this toolkit to use to develop and pay attention to those 7 things that I said. Let me run quickly. I'm getting. So let me just share a few points with you before I leave you. All right. Lessons that I've learned from 25 years. You will require clarity before complexity. I've told you that. So before you start thinking of growing and putting line upon line and scaling, some of you have no business scaling. Some of you are not in a position to scale. Let me tell you something about scaling a little bit. Let me tell you something that's important. There's something called the cost of scaling, the cost of growth, the trouble with being gifted. You see, the thing about scaling is that you're going to grow rapidly, all right, way rapidly in tens and in hundreds of your initial arithmetic growth. But the cost of scaling is that, listen to me, you require capacity to be able to support your growth. Many of you pray for growth. Growth is given to you, but you don't have the capacity to sustain the growth. How do I know that? If I increased your customers by 100 people right now, your business will collapse unless you're doing some of the things I'm sharing with you today. If I gave you 10,000 more contractors or 10,000 more vendors or 10,000 more consumers, you will not be able to deliver. And that's a problem. You know why? Because number 1, either you don't have, if you look at your business model canvas, either you don't have the strategy for customer acquisition and retention. Okay, let's say acquisition is out of the way because I've already given you 10,000, but you don't have a strategy for customer retention. And even if you had a strategy for customer retention, maybe you are gray in the area of channelization. It was Vusi Mbokwayo that said that don't let a man with a great product but a mediocre distribution channel think that he can be equated at the same level with a man with mediocre products but a fantastic distribution channel. Ladies and gentlemen, channelization is everything. If you don't have the capacity to handle channelization, you will lose the customers. If you're not able to clearly define what your key activities are and the key resources that are required for the key activities, then you run into trouble. If you are not able to speak to what the key partnerships and what they will do and how they will use your key resources, then you get into trouble. If there's a challenge with your understanding of your cost factor and your revenue streams, then you're in trouble. In other words, seek clarity before you start to grow big. And that's how you're able to build systems that can run without you. Can I move forward? All right, can I move forward? Because you have to be able to, yeah, and that comes to your people as well. So internally, do your people understand? I say many times that one of the greatest gifts that you must have as a business person is the ability to communicate. It's not just about the value that you have. It's not just about the vision that you have. It's not just about the idea that you have, but you must be able, hear me now, you must be able to communicate that idea, that vision, that value that you have in a way that is receivable. So, in other words, does everybody on your team know what you're building? Does everybody on your team know why it matters? And does everybody, again, know what winning looks like? Let me move forward. Let me move forward. Let me move forward. All right. I've got to move forward. Alignment is not agreement. You don't need everyone to agree. You need people moving in the same direction. And so alignment means that your strategy and everything around your business are telling the same story. And so when they are not, you get politics, you get silos, you get wasted energy, because alignment delivers increased or multiplied momentum. Misalignment creates chaos and friction. So find the people, the things, and the stakeholders. And by definition, a stakeholder is anybody or entity that can affect or is affected by what you do. And one of the critical reasons why you're in business, let me also share this with you, is to fulfill and guarantee stakeholder satisfaction. Let me not go into that. Maybe we'll have that for part 2. But alignment is not agreement. Find the people that are moving in the same direction with you and ensure that everything comes into congruence. All right, let me move quickly. We're treating lessons from 25 years of building systems. Rhythm beats hustle. You have to have a pattern. Execution is not about working harder, it's about building a cadence, building a system, building a rhythm that compounds. Music is not chaotic noise. Music is systematic beats that build into a rhythm that becomes enjoyable to you. All right? So you have to have a pattern, you have to review, you have to check. I learned something many times. What isn't measured doesn't exist. What isn't reviewed doesn't exist. You have to be able to do resets. You have to be able to find a rhythm around what you do. So you're here, your business is there. How can you walk away to ensure that twice a week you check in? How can you ensure that you have something that doesn't tear you apart but stretches you enough to be able to grow? Learn something. Number 3, rhythm beats hustle. And I've got to move. My number 4 is accountability is not a special thing to have. And accountability is not a speech. Accountability is a system. One of the reasons that make your system strong, that attracts people to want to partner with you, helps people want to be able to collaborate with you, and you will need collaboration for the level of growth you want to have. Otherwise, it means your growth is not worth my consideration or my time. Accountability is a system that gives confidence. It's one that ensures that there's check and balance. Many years ago, we were developing a system for the Global Fund and the US government, the American government, and we had the responsibility to build the capacity of 25 organizations in Nigeria to the level that they were able to collect grants in USD. And one of the responsibilities that I had was ensuring that their systems were solidified in 3 areas: in the areas of their finance, in the areas of their administration, and the areas of their operation. And so we have the responsibility to solidify them. And one of the things that made the difference is that we developed an accountability system. Who checks who? If I put in 100 million today into your business, and at the end of the day, there's 0 naira, would you, and I'm not saying that you stole money, I'm simply saying, can you speak to every naira that came into your business? Accountability is strong. And that's why you must have governance. That's why you must have this pay attention again. That's why you must pay attention to the 7 things that we discussed, the 7 things that we talked about. All right. And so there must be clear ownership. There must be visible scoreboards. There must be consequences as the actions or inactions. There must be reward systems. And the reward that you have, the results that you have must happen with 3 things. Number 1, they must be recognized. Number 2, they must be reviewed. And number 3, they must be rewarded. Note that. All right. So when a system holds people accountable, then you don't have to. Because people don't, a boss of mine said to me when I was in the banking industry that people will do what you inspect, not what you expect. But over the years, at that time, I took it, I believed in it, and I salute him. But over the years, I've also come to learn that build people to the level where they don't need your every inspection, and then they will begin to do what you expect. That's what systems do for you. And so when you put a system of accountability in place, you don't have to start running after people. The system holds them accountable. Can we move further? Can we move further? All right. So the next thing that I want us to also look at, some lessons from 25 years of building systems, is you have to learn to decide who decides. And this is very key. Scalable businesses push business downwards. And everybody at every level must be able to take a decision, but you have to decide that. And taking decision means that you're giving them responsibility. Responsibility also means that you're empowering them, because when you have responsibility, then you have the ability to respond. And the ability to respond requires empowerment, one, and authority too. So you have to learn to give empowerment to your people and authority to your people. It's very important. And even if you're running a system by yourself, find areas of expression where you have authority to perform the things that you do. And remember, you're just a man, you're just a woman. There's so much that you can do by yourself. Can I go further? Can I go further? Number 6. So number 6 is, this is what having architecture and having a system looks like. And I will wrap that up here. This is what it looks like. When architecture is in the place, when you have systems in place, your team can make decisions without waiting for you. New hires come into a structure and a system and not into chaos. Growth doesn't come from more fires. Growth comes from creating more capacity. When you have an architecture in place, you will spend your time more on strategy, not supervision. You'll spend your time thinking and not scratching or groveling. And then when you have architecture, your business will compound while you sleep. Now, let me begin to bring this to a close. What's the cost of not having architecture? What's the cost of not building? Because many times we focus on what something does for us that we begin to forget the cost of not doing something. And those are what, in other words, we call consequences. Decisions delay. And every delayed decision comes at a cost to you. People that are right thinking are talented leave because your structureless system frustrates them. So the great hands that you'll have had, the people that will have come together, the Josephs that you'll have had, and every business person is a type of Joseph. Is either you have the ability to have a vision, have a dream, or you have the ability to interpret the dreams of others. And so you, as one, the visionary, the business person that has the vision, you will lose critical Josephs that otherwise will have interpreted your dream because of your lack of structure. Moses will have died if there wasn't a Jethro, if you understand what I mean. And then you don't rise above a certain level. Your growth will plateau because the system can't own it. All right. And you spend your time managing and not leading. That's very expensive. That's very, very expensive. And as I begin to close, this is my charge to you. Build the machine with everything that you have, the skills, the competence, the network, the learning, the unlearning. Build the machine called your business. Then let it run. Your next step is not to work harder. Your next step is to design a system that makes hard work unnecessary. And this is important because you have to understand that the future belongs to architects. It belongs to system builders. It belongs to people that are able to bring it together. Because true leadership is not just about being needed. It's about building something that no longer needs you to thrive. And having said that, I want to thank everyone for being here on the Value Exchange program. I can't look forward to every other thing that the other speakers have to say. I am so getting ready for for all the sessions, all the other sessions that are coming up. Still to come will be Oby Okeke. Still to come will be Elisha Mamman. Still to come will be Dr. Alfred Adeniyi Atiba. All right, so at this point, I'm going to yield over to Favor and David, and then I'm sitting back and enjoying the rest of the conference with you as well. Maybe, just maybe, I'll be back. All right, so David, Favor, we're right here. All right, so
can I get a big thank you, AU, in the comments right now? I need you to love up on this man. In his own words, I need you to love on him right now. Send all the hearts that you can in the comments. Appreciate this man.
Please do, please do. Oh my God, that session was fire.
I mean, I remember him saying I am a system builder, and he made me think about Fred Hammond. Black American activists who would stand in front of people and say, I am a revolutionary. So I think that's what I'm going to be doing now when I see people. I am a system builder. Somebody say that to me. I am a system builder. Say it in the comments. No, but yeah, I mean, if you're a system builder, I need you to drop it in the comments. It's absolutely wonderful, wonderful,
I was
wonderful.
taking notes. Like my notes is. I've been taking notes. Yeah, and if I start reading everything that I've written, we will not leave this place because this session is really, really good.
I think one of the most beautiful things I love about people who speak about things that are personal to them but are beneficial to other people is relatable to when I talk about like the Feynman principle, the ability to simplify something to the barest minimum and make it easy for others to retain. And at the end of the day, I would go back to something I know that you hear a lot of times in Lagos. It says, if you can make it so simple that it feels like rice and beans to the average man, then you've won. That's the idea. You make it as simple as rice and beans, and then people will always remember it. And so I'm so grateful. AU has talked about building systems. He's talked about the fact that beyond you just being able to have the talent to be able to bring in revenue, you must be able to build systems to be able to scale. I'll use current Champions League finalists who have actually just scored the goal right now, Arsenal. Mikel Arteta does not have the flashiest players and did not build a team that was just about flair and talent, but he built a system, an effective system that's difficult to break down. A team that has gone for 2+ years without conceding more than 2 goals ever. And so it is systems. I find a way to relate things. If you forgive me, I brought in Arsenal because they've just scored 1 goal. My phone is yeah, so the outpouring has been crazy. But regardless, I'm so grateful to AU for that. So, I mean, in the comments, I need you right now to drop your favorite quote from something AU has said, something that stuck with you. Before we move on, before Favor brings up the next guest, I need you to drop something that stuck with you. Do that right now for me. I already said mine. So mine was the one I was supposed to do at the beginning.
Yeah, yes, give me yours. The 7 things to pay attention to when he was talking about, like, I paid too much attention to the 7 things to pay attention to.
Yeah.
And he made it 8 instead of 7. Typical of
AU. Did. That's typical AU. Exactly.
Typical he talked about paying attention to governance, measurement, structure, system, culture, skill, people, and then he added strategy. And
absolutely,
that just makes more sense. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think that last part was just to be able to tie it all together. It is. Yeah. I think it's just the cream on the salad. But like I said, I'm looking at the comments. I'm waiting for you guys to drop your quotes. I mean, you guys came in and said that you were looking for value, and value has been dispensed. So tell me, what have you learned? Let me act like my father whenever it is that he saw me come back from school. What did you learn today? What have you learned? Be the engineer, not...
Yeah, he said be the engineer, not the engine.
I love it. Yep. I absolutely love it. I absolutely love it. Be the engineer, not the engine. And there's so many different interpretations to that, because it is quite beautiful that people always remember. You talk about a Ferrari, for example. Ferraris have all of the acclaim. Ferraris now have started to make electric vehicles. Ferraris have all of the acclaim. It is a beautiful car, turbocharged engine from V8 to V12, incredible horsepower, incredible torque, and people talk about the marvelous engine that exists in the Ferrari. But time and again, Ferraris will break down. But those who are the most successful are the ones who are the engineers of the Ferrari because they constantly evolve it. They constantly
Exactly.
are needed to improve upon it and to make it work. And so that's
True.
why I like another interpretation of that. I'm seeing more.
Yeah.
Alignment is not agreement. Ooh, that's a good one. Good one. Yes, yes, yes. I love that. I love
Did you
that.
did you notice AU was just giving rhymes?
Oh no, no, no. That's AU. That is a absolutely. You know that one
Yeah.
of the things is that those who understand speaking is that the more you let people be familiar or enjoy something, the more it sticks. And that's one thing I love about it. Like I said, Feynman principle, make it as simple as possible. So favor, let me let you introduce our next guest.
Okay, so we have another comment from Kahinde Ajayi. Say growth comes from creating capacity. Wow. Yeah, that is powerful and that is so awesome. And one interesting thing about Akande Temitope is that I remember you were in our session on Thursday and you won the business model canvas. He was one of the persons that answered the questions and won the business model canvas. So it's good to see you here again, Akande Temitope. Thank you for for being very active and the zeal to learn. It's just so amazing. I see your comments. Let's keep them rolling, rolling, rolling. And let's anticipate for the next speaker. So we have Jackson say alignment is not meant. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Be a system builder. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So let me see how ready you guys are. Let me hear your readiness and see in the comments. Tell me how ready you are for the next session so we can go into it quickly. So let me see your reactions, please, on the comments. Reactions, please. Let me see you. Let me see you guys. If I don't see reactions, we're not going to the next segment. So please let's see how excited we are. Nobody is saying anything yet. Your job is to build the machine that runs the business. Hmm. And I remember the question, those three questions that AU asked during his session. Oh, he's always ready, please. AU asked those questions. It just made me self-reflect. He asked how do decisions get made in your business? Like a lot of people, now you be pepper, now you be salt, according to Mama Monica, CEO, CEO that does everything for themselves. You need to build systems and structure. Yes, you guys are ready. Let's see. Let me see more comments, more comments. Let me see more comments. Yeah, nice one from AU. Mr. AU, he's always giving us hot. Such an awesome person. And it was just the very first speaker. And then that session was really fire. That session was fire. This sounded like an attack. This mind your business. That's Chioma Lucky. Yeah. All right, more reactions. And then we'll go straight into amazing nuggets. Okay. Thank you guys so much. Can you hear me clearly? Oh, Chama, you're dancing. It's fine. Okay. So since we're ready for the next one, I see how ready we are. Jackson says, decide who decides. Yes, decide who decides. So Let's appreciate AU again. Let's appreciate this session that we just had. Let's appreciate him. Yes, yes, yes. So thank you guys. Thank you guys. But okay, let me not do too much. Let me not do too much. So our next session is we're going into a very practical dimension of systems and performance. Yes. So because beyond understanding systems, there is also the question of how they function in real business environments, particularly in service businesses where consistency, delivery, efficiency, and customer experience matter every single day. So this is for our CEOs. You that is pepper and salt on everything. This is for you. So our next speaker will be helping us explore this topic. Operational systems that turn service businesses into performance machine. At this point, please pay attention to the profile. Pay attention to the profile video that is about to play, and immediately after the video, the voice you will hear will be that of Oby Okeke. Thank you guys. Just pay attention. Thank you.
Mrs. Oby Okeke is a renowned entrepreneur, business leader, and advocate for women empowerment in Nigeria's automotive industry, and a council member of She is the Chief Executive Officer of AutoEase, an innovative automobile refurbishment and detailing company based in Enugu State that has become widely recognized for excellence in auto body works, spray painting, detailing, and automotive restoration. Over the years, Mrs. Oby Okeke has distinguished herself as a trailblazer in her field, traditionally dominated by men, creating opportunities for young people and women to acquire practical technical skills and become financially independent through partnerships with organizations such as the U.S. Consulate and the Academy for Women Entrepreneurs. She has helped train and mentor women in automobile refurbishment, upholstery, and auto detailing, empowering many to launch careers and businesses of their own. Her passion for youth development and human capital development has also contributed significantly to vocational training initiatives in the state, where hundreds of young people have benefited from automotive innovation and skill acquisition programs facilitated through AutoEase. Beyond her accomplishments in business, she is admired for her resilience, visionary leadership, and commitment to transforming lives through mentorship, enterprise, innovation. Her impact continues to inspire many aspiring entrepreneurs, especially women seeking to break barriers and succeed in unconventional industries. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's make welcome our distinguished speaker, Mrs. Oby Okeke.
Thank you very much. I just want to confirm first that I can be heard. So I want someone or a group of people to just drop in the chat box. I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. Just 3 people, and then I'm sure that we're good to go. Okay. Do I take the emojis as you can hear me? Loud and clear. I hear you. All right, so I want to believe that I can be heard and clearly. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm deeply honored to be here on the AUValue Exchange program. I want to especially acknowledge the convener. I mean, he just took a session, and you know, when I looked through the agenda and I saw that I was going to come in just immediately after AU, I said to AU, "That's a setup. It's a huge setup, and I don't understand why." You'd have to do that. But I really want to especially acknowledge the convener, Aniekan AU, hold in very high regard and have very grateful for his works. And over time, I've seen how very intentional he is about the message he drives across expressions of communication and engagement. And I can strongly say and pray that the lives that you impact, AU, across many generations will speak for you in the place of legacy, and your footprints will continually be engraved in the sands of time. Right, and my special greetings to the prolific speakers who will be sharing in-depth knowledge in the course of the evening, Mr. Adeniyi Atiba and Mr. Elisha Mamman. I consider it an honor speaking on the same platform with you. And then, I want to specially, and I say this with every depth of honor inside of me, I want to specially celebrate everyone who's joined in to be a part of this program tonight. I consider you an exclusive select, and you would ask why. And this is the reason. I'm of the school of thought that when there's a great move, right, there are select individuals, persons, businesses, organizations, associations, groups, right, that have been divinely targeted for degrees of transformation. So it's my prayer, if you may, tonight, that on the course of this event, you will gain clarity to enable you take the necessary strategic steps for the shift that you envision. Right, so tonight, I will be speaking on the operational systems that turn service businesses into performance machines. But for deep focus, I have subtitled this as the how advantage. I have subtitled this as the how advantage. Give me a second. I'd like to move my slides. Okay, could I have the admin team help out? I need to move my slides and I'm unable to. All right, so I have subtitled this as the how advantage, right? And I'll share this with you. In 2007 and May the 21st specifically, as I walked through the doors of one of the renowned financial institutions in Nigeria, you know, as an executive trainee, right? My first day at work, my heart filled with so much excitement, you know, anticipating what the days ahead would be like and what the journey, you know, my career journey would be like, right? And so I'm there seated across the table with my direct report, and you know, it's an onboarding session, it's an onboarding conversation. I'm being told what the deliverables are, what's expected. And by the way, I was deployed to the small and medium enterprise division. So it's about marketing and, you know, putting out your products there and getting, in quote, customers to the bank, right? So I'm seated there, and, you know, as it will be, the conversation transits into what the budget is and what the targets are and how we need to hit the road running. Right. And if you're in the marketing space here, if anyone who's in the marketing space will know that that line is one which you should be very conversant with. And I'm hitting the road running. Yes, indeed, we started. And, you know, from days, it went into weeks and weeks into months and then into the early years. And so I began to, you know, ask myself very critical questions. I mean, having seen across, you know, my competitive space, how pretty much on the average, we all had just about the same products out there in the markets talking about the same thing. So it was a time to go back and ask myself a very important question. And that question is, how can we as a team better position our products and services to align with the pain points, the gaps, the weaknesses, the pressure areas that we see, that we have been able to identify with the prospects, with the customers, such that every time we do a proposal or we present an offer to a client, a prospect, or even a customer, right, they're able to connect themselves with a place of shift from one position to another. They're able to see how we have gone the extra mile. How, and I'm talking about the how advantage tonight, so let's pay attention, right? How we have been able to go the extra mile to customize our product, to fine-tune our product, to align our product or service with the current present pain points that they are going through. And what that requires is a place of having taken time to study the business of the customer, study the industry, the sector, know the trends, know the uniqueness of the industry, know what works and what doesn't work, what's obtainable and what's not, and be able to see how we can better position our clients for success. Because at the end of the day, and that's why we are a financial institution, and that's me speaking then, right? And so it was beyond just having to bring the product and service to the customer, but finding ways to see how we can connect what we do to the heart of the king. And like they say, customer is king, right? Customer is king. And the ability to find the ways, the how, to be able to deliver a product or service to connect and to appease and to delight the king was now the order of the day. And what that did was it helped us to better position as the solution for each client, recognizing that every customer is different and unique in their ways, based on the businesses they do, based on the industry that they're in, based on the sectors that they play in. Right. And so that's speaking about the emotional power of service. And, you know, before I move to the next slide, I want to also share, a scenario. In fact, it's true life, right? So it further buttresses the need for the how, you know, the place of what you deliver and how you deliver and how that changes the story and changes the game. So Mr. Fred was, you know, assigned to come carry out a monitoring and evaluation process within the Southeast. And he was somewhere in Enugu he was in Enugu State rather for, you know, a period of time. And he's one who is very into fine dining, high life, my meals done and all of that. So so he's speaking to a friend of his whom I know, and he says, you know what, you know, refer me to 2 restaurants where I can go whenever I really need to have something to eat, something. So he did that. So for the purpose of this one, I won't call names. So I'm just going to refer to these restaurants as Restaurant A and Restaurant B. And so Mr. Fred, one of the days you into Restaurant A, he places an order, you know, basmati rice, and then he wants some shredded chicken sauce and all of that. And it was served, you know, no issues. He ate good, right? And so a couple of days after, now this is him sharing. So I'm also relaying this. And a couple of days after, he says, okay, you know what? Let's see what Restaurant B looks like, what it feels like. Let's see. And then he goes in. Apparently, coincidentally, he places the same order. I want basmati rice. I want shredded chicken sauce and all. Now, listen to the difference. This is where everything changed for Mr. Fred. Now, it was just beyond taking the order and just going to get it and come. And then the question was, how would you like your rice served? Would you want some steamed vegetables, or would you want it just plain? How would you want your chicken, your shredded chicken sauce? You want it extra spicy? You wanted a bit of thickener? You just want the regular? Do you want it served on a hot plate, or you just want regular Asian style? And, you know, and trust me, I'm just hitting the questions, but it became a conversation. And what was most interesting, right? So now I'm speaking on the emotional power of service, right? I wish I can just handle my slides myself. It would really go a long way. Admin, please. So I'm here at the emotional power of service now. Like, so, you know, it became a conversation. And what was thrilling for Mr. Fred was, you know, beyond just having to serve the meal, it was how they went an extra mile to ensure that the meal was customized to suit his taste, to suit the way he wanted it at that time, the way he wanted it presented, and how he needed it to be, you know, to be given to him, and such that he has the absolute brilliant 100% experience, right? And so it's a place of seeing how people will always forget what you have said, forget what you did, but the way you have made them feel is the differentiating factor. It's the absolute differentiating factor for every customer, for every business, right? And you know what really hit me as I got the information, you know, the conversation, and he said, you know, a couple of months down the line, Restaurant A, you know, had a discount thing going on, about 15 to 20%, you know, discounts on prices and all of that. And coincidentally, in the same time, Restaurant B, you know, has a hike in price of about 25%. And you will think, that he will make his way to restaurant A just because there's a price difference? And the answer is no. He kept visiting restaurant B because it had gone beyond a transaction and it had become deeper. You know, they've been able to connect with him. They've been able to go the extra mile to make him feel truly special. They had been able to make him understand that beyond the transaction, we are concerned about being able to meet you where you are and deliver to you the experience that's unforgettable. And that's the extra mile. That's the extra truly that defines every business. And so many times you have a lot of businesses doing just about the same thing. But the truth is, what truly defines each brand, each business, is how you deliver your service, because that's what people will remember. That's what people will remember. Packaging is great. The product is great. The service is great. But how was it delivered? How did you get to connect with the customer? How did you get to connect with the client? What is the impression that you left behind? And so it's a very important question that as business leaders, as executives, as managers in different spheres, you want to put this question on the table every time you have a strategy session with your people. What feeling does our organization consistently leave behind? What feeling does our organization consistently leave behind? Next slide, please. What feeling does our organization consistently leave behind? And so, it takes us to the place of culture, because at the end of the day, everything begins and ends with culture, right? Because the culture of an organization is what determines the behavior of the people, right? And where culture becomes a standard of excellence, you understand that unless it's not working. Unless you have 100% customer satisfaction, there is still work to be done. Unless you have 100% customer satisfaction, there is still work to be done. Excellence is a habit of continuous improvement. And truly speaking, there is no end. There is no end to it. So there's no point where you get to and say, oh, we've gotten to the peak of, excellence. And no. And that's why I say culture is the bedrock of everything. It's culture that determines how you behave, how every touch point is supposed to respond to customer needs, customer reactions, customer requests. What are the steps that are taken? And when I mean touch points, I'm not talking about the executive tables and all. I am speaking from the point where a client goes on your social media platform. What's the experience? What is the experience that they have? Is it user-friendly? Can they engage easily? Do they get feedback almost immediately? Do they get responses almost immediately? Are the responses well-tailored to be able to deliver clarity? And they're not just ambiguous, AI, automated. Yes, AI is great, but have they been simplified in such a way that every time a prospect engages your platform, they're able to get enough information to make a decision, and then they step into your work premises, your office, right from the doorway, right from the entrance? Has the culture of courtesy, of customer centricity been infused in the people in such a way that the security personnel recognizes that every time a customer comes in through that gate, through that door, he's to be treated, or she's to be treated, as king, and that you're supposed to ensure that they are well guided in such a way that at the end of the day, the experience is so great that they will always want to come back again and again. And that's how businesses are being grown. That's how you expand your business. That's how people can build trust. That's how loyalty is built. And so culture-driven excellence is not a destination, but an ongoing discipline. Every interaction, every touch point, every moment of service is an opportunity to raise the standard or accept status quo. So again, on that table of strategic thinking, team building, the question is, where are we tolerating mediocrity? Are we allowing things fly because everybody is just allowing it, or are we setting standards for ourselves and ensuring that our people understand the A game, and they are working to have that, implemented and have that projected in every step that they take with regards to engagements with customers. Right. So it also brings us to the place of dignity in service. And I'm taking this, I'm bringing every leader to the table now. And this is focused on every business leader, every employer, every management executive. And the thing is, we must recognize, and clearly so, that, service excellence really starts with respect. And when I mean respect, internally. So the question is, do our people feel valued enough to create value? Because it's what you have inside of you truly that you can give out. You cannot pour out what you don't have. You cannot be what you have not groomed and nurtured yourself to be. So he says, we are ladies and gentlemen, serving ladies and gentlemen. So we are first people of honor, people of respect, people of value, people who feel valued. And because we have seen value being modeled within our organization, talking about culture, it's easy for us to be able to project it. It's easy for us to be able to mirror it. It's easy for us to be able to reflect it. It's easy for your team to be able to reflect the culture of respect, the culture of excellence, the culture of integrity, the culture of professionalism. And so are we paying attention to this? Because, when we speak about culture, it's easy to say, we want our people to be this to our customers, but have we also built the culture internally to treat our people in the way that they will indeed grow and be? Like the Bible says, teach a child in the way that he would grow, so that when he grows up, he will not depart from it. And in the same vein, this is applicable to our work, to be able to drive the culture that we desire, to be able to drive the behavior pattern that we desire, to be able to drive the engagements that we desire as a brand. So it takes us to the place of the shift, right? And I started by saying that the focus of a conversation today is the how advantage, right? So we are shifting from what we deliver to how it's being delivered, right? I shared the scenario with Mr. Fred and how we have two restaurants deliver the same thing, have the same order being delivered to Mr. Fred, but the difference that has changed everything, that became the game changer, and that didn't even affect his decisions when there was a price difference, is the how.
Hello, if you can hear me, please confirm. Please confirm if you can hear me. I'd like to see quick acknowledgement if you can hear me. I thank you guys for your patience while we sorted through all of that. That's one of the things about conversations like this when it's not had face to face. And it is why we talk about technology, but we can never talk about how technology will completely eradicate human connection face to face, because it's very difficult for there to be technical difficulties or network issues when you're sitting right in front of the person you're speaking with, or standing right in front of the person you're speaking with. So first off, I'd like to thank you guys for your patience while we got that sorted, but I just want to see your comments to ensure that you're still with us. I want to see thumbs up. I want to see fire emojis. I want to keep seeing you show up. Show up, show up, show up, show up. We're going to have Oby back in just a moment. We're going to have Oby in just a moment. Okay. I'm checking for the comments now to ensure our people are back. Hi, Favor.
I was really having fun with that session
Honestly,
until the network issue, the glitch. But we're here and I'm really excited to be here. Hi, David. It's good to see you again.
yeah, it is. It is. It is. I mean, I was having so much fun, but like I said, it is one of
We,
the beauties of human face-to-face interaction and connection. You
yeah.
get less technical difficulties, you get less issues with network. You can just ensure that you can reach out and speak to whoever it is you're speaking to without the need for the devices. But
Well, I agree. But do
regardless,
you think there's a way we
yeah,
can, maybe someone here can just get a business and start one network that will not have all these kind of issues
that
in
is the
Nigeria?
point of the Vex. We are going to Vex and get it done. That's the point of this Vex program. It's for somebody to Vex, one of us to Vex and get it done. We have Oby back. Oby, thank you so much too for your patience. We're grateful that you
Hi,
still have the time
Rotimi.
to still share with us.
So
Hi,
we are glad
Oby,
to
can
be
you?
back. And I like the energy from the comments. Even when there was still the network issue, you guys were still on point. Okay, so
Absolutely.
Mama here. We're glad to see you again.
A pleasure. It's a pleasure. Can you hear me? Just want to be
Thank
sure
you
that I can
again.
be heard.
Hey.
Yeah, we can. We can.
Yes, we
Thank
can
you for
hear
your
you.
patience.
Hear you. Can hear you. Welcome back, ma'am.
I understand. Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me? Favor. I just want to be sure that you can hear me loud and clear.
Yes, I can hear
Of
you
course.
loud and clear.
Okay, great. Awesome. Awesome. So can I have my slide back over? You just take it over from there. All right. Okay, great. Okay, so let's just get back to where we were before the interruption. Right. So I was talking about the what we deliver and the how we deliver it, and how that's. I mean, that's the difference between everything, and that's what defines each business. That's what defines each brand. Right. And remember that I shared the scenario with the Fred and the restaurants, restaurant A and B, and how even with the price, the discount in restaurant A and the hiking price in restaurant B, Mr. Fred still did not mind visiting regularly restaurant B. And the big question is why? And the big question is why? Right. So whilst we ponder over that and we understand and recognize that it's important that as an organization, as a business, as a brand, seeking to truly scale your business and become that performance machine that we envision, there needs to be that shift from what you deliver, the focus on what you do. And don't get me wrong, paying attention to what you deliver is very important. But in the place of paying attention to what you deliver, you must recognize that what truly drives what you deliver is in the how it is being delivered. Because at the end of the day, that's how you're able to connect with the heart of the customer. That's how you're able to connect with the king, in quotes. And that's also what helps you become better at positioning yourself rightly to truly deliver what the king desires. Because there is a way that the king wants that the meal be served. There is a way that the king would want to be spoken to. There's a way a king would want to be responded to. There's a degree of responsiveness that a king would require of you to ensure that where there is a challenge, it is sorted out quickly with all the attention to detail that is required. And that's where we have this, so the word focuses on the product or service, and where a lot of organizations, businesses, entrepreneurs may just have a bit of challenge here or need to realign focus is, the place of paying attention to truly what matters, what delivers the experience, because it's not really in the product or the service. We must remember that. It's not absolutely in the product or the service, but how the product was served, how the service was served, every single touch point as a business person. So it's not just about the receptionist. It's not just about the business owner, but it's important. And that's why I spoke extensively about culture, how every member of organization, every person within the organization has the in-depth understanding on the reasons why customers have to be treated in the way that they have to be treated. Because at the end of the day, it's not the delivery of the product. I run an auto refurbishment organization, right? So we do auto body works, the absolute revamping, repainting. Our mantra is we make your old car look brand new. And many times when we are seated on our table of conversation, strategy session, team building session, brainstorming session, there's something that I say again and again and again, right? So it's not about the vehicle coming out absolutely beautiful, but the experience at every step, at the point where the client, in fact, from the point where the customer makes an inquiry on the platform, how fast did we get to respond? How clearly did we respond? A customer comes in, how are we able to be clear about every single product, the timeline, the options available, the color alternatives, the degree of work, the extra that needs to be done when the extra needs to be done, and why it has to be done, right? So all of these things is truly what delivers the experience, and not just the vehicle at the end of the day, but every single purpose, every single process, rather, touch point matters. Because we've had, so there's been a instance where the vehicle is absolutely looking really nice, and the customer is happy about it, but there's just this one thing. So he has an issue with how the security man treated him when he came to the gate. And had to be addressed intention, with deep intention, because at the end of the day, the car is lovely. He loves the way the car looks, but he wasn't happy about the way the security man, treated him when he needed to leave with the vehicle. And that was a complaint. When there was a feedback process after the job, that was the only thing that he raised as his challenge. Oh, the job is beautiful. I love my car, but and when that but comes in, it kind of just changes the taste of it. Everything to go sour as far as I'm concerned. What's I hear but? Then I'm not concerned about the delivery anymore. I'm like, okay, so what about the bot? Because the bot is truly what would determine if the client will come back again. So that what really determines what the client will come back again. So we say so culture is that experience at every touch interaction that becomes an opportunity to demonstrate who you truly are as an organization. It's not the promises that you make, but the the reality of what you have said that you do, and you being able to keep your promises and staying consistent at it. All right, so beyond the shift, give me a sec. Right, so beyond the shifts now, because we are gradually going to the place of being able to realign our mindsets, being able to reappraise what we do and the way that we do it, and how we can better position ourselves as that service business that will deliver consistently to become that performance machine and be able to scale, because it's in the consistency really that you're able to scale over time. Right, so the BEAM framework, right, speaks about behavioral execution and alignment mechanism, which serves as the foundation for performance machines, right? And it's an integration of operational performance systems that combines the service culture performance model and the how execution model. But let's just look, let's just delve a little bit into the BEAM framework. And it's an acronym: behavioral execution and alignment mechanism. And you're looking at behavioral culture. I've spoken about culture extensively, right? And it looks at how the employees think, how your teams respond, how customers feel. Remember, how customers feel, and how leadership influences behavior. What's allowable within the system? What is allowable within the system? What are the standards? What are the standards? Are you behaving at the mediocre level, or are you aiming for excellence? Is there a standardized way of doing things that speaks to the culture and the identity of your organization, of your business, right? And we're talking about execution systems. So we're looking at the BEAM framework: behavioral execution and alignment mechanism. And so your execution systems, looking at the standard operating procedures, because at the end of the day, you want to create standards that will cut across all departments, all areas of your business. AU spoke about how you want to be able to, ensure that as a business owner, you are not the one running the system. So you want to create systems, you want to create a framework, you want to create a structure that allows a consistency of a culture, of a behavioral pattern that delivers excellence in service. Right, so that's where standard operating procedures come in, your workflows, your quality control systems, and some levels of accountability mechanisms that ensure that there are checks, right? They ensure that there are rewards that are applicable to service excellence champions. And so what that does is that inspires, and it brings everybody to the place of recognizing that these are the things that you count as important as an organization. And when you begin to attach those levels of importance, people begin to pay attention, right? So alignment intelligence, so you're looking at how to synchronize vision with the people, your processes, and the customer experience, right? And then measurable performance. Many times, whatever you cannot measure, you really cannot scale, because it's in your ability to be able to measure the experience, your ability to be able to measure the behavioral pattern within your organization. Then you're able to say, ask yourself, where are we? What do we need to do differently? Are there areas we need to change? Are there things we need to realign? What do we need to stop entirely? What are the adjustments that need to be made for us to truly shift from this point A to point B and become truly that organization, that business that serves excellently, and becoming that performance machine that we envision, right? So you're looking at customer retention levels, service consistency. And I say that again, service consistency, because the ability to do it again and again is when it truly becomes, a standard. Many times you may have customers come in and they have a truly great experience. And you don't want them coming in the next time and feeling like, oh, maybe because Madam was around, or because Oga was around, or because the CEO was around, or because the manager was around, and that's why everybody seemed to be doing what they needed to do at the right time. You want to build, a pattern of measurement, a pattern of accountability, a pattern of assessment and review and evaluation that ensures that consistently what is expected, the behavioral pattern, the culture, the identity, the expectations, the deliverables, the promise is truly being kept across all board, from the lowest cadre to the highest. Very critical. Right. So again, I said that the BEAM framework, I just needed to throw a bit of light on the BEAM framework and how it serves as the foundation for performance machines. And it's an integrated operational performance system that combines, again, I say it's a service culture performance model, looking at the mindset and behavioral DNA of service delivery. And then the how execution model, looking at the systems, processes, and operational discipline, the consistency behind delivery. And then this forms a unified performance machine architecture. Okay, so still talking about the BEAM framework, and you can see that it's broken down here. And I spoke about the service culture performance chain. And again, like I mentioned earlier, culture being the absolute foundation of everything, because it's the culture of the people that will speak to their behavior, and their behavior, the way they will behave, the way they will respond, the way they will react is what will deliver the experience to the customer, to the market, to the client, to the prospect. And then in the delivery of experience is where trust is built. Remember the story about Mr. Fred and the restaurants is where trust is built. Now, when the trust is built, you begin to earn loyalty. And now, any loyalty, you have customers now become ambassadors of your brand, and they are speaking about your brand. They trust your brand. They can refer people to your brand and turn their faces away. They can beat their chest and say, you know what, I'm sure that you'll get value for your money. And even when it looks like something, shifted, they will speak up and say, something must have gone wrong. This is not their way. This is not the pattern. And I'm very sure that things will be done quickly to ensure that, everything comes back to normal. And that's where loyalty comes in. And that's where you can now speak to performance, because it's in the place of loyalty that you can truly scale your business. When you have great levels of retention. So many times it's important that you also recognize that your ability to deliver the right experience is what ensures that the customer will come back again and again and again. And the customers are always your best ambassadors. They're always your best marketing channels, because there's nothing like someone saying, I've experienced this and I can vouch for, the excellence. I can vouch for the experience. I can vouch that they will deliver as they have said. It's not just about, putting out words out there, but I've seen it, done. I've seen them do it again and again, and it's not just a fluke. So it's important. So it defines the chain reaction from internal culture to external results. And then the ACT model, attitude, communication, and touch point excellence. Touch point excellence. Again, I say touch point excellence because every point matters. All right, so let's go back to the attitude part of it, right? It's everything really, and it speaks to the behavior. So you can see it's actually a synchrony of both models speaking about the same thing in different ways, and bringing forward the importance of a culture that delivers the right behavior, delivers the right attitude. And because the right behavior, the right attitude is in place, communication is professional, communication is ethical, communication is customer centric, communication has empathy attached to it, communication is highly intentional and very detailed. And this is exactly what the client needs. They just want to see that everything is built around them. And it's not just about you talking about what you do, but trying to see how you can make them feel like, what you do is made for them. What you do is made for them. And that's how you treat customer king. And that's how the customer truly is king. So the touch point excellence, I've flogged that again and again. I've flogged that again and again. How it's important that every single point of your business, everybody has a clear understanding of what is required. And it's not just the one-off. And that's why training, in the previous slide, so excellence is an ongoing. It's a place of consistent learning, a reminder to people that these are the things that we count as very important. These are the things that matter to us as an organization. This is who we are. This is our DNA. This is our identity. Rid of this, we are not in business. This is why we stand out amongst the others. This is what makes us different. Recognize that you have 1,000,001 people doing exactly the same thing that we do, but the only reasons why people would leave, cross through other businesses doing the same thing you do is just the excellence of service and the how that is being delivered, the how that we deliver it. So it's the daily operating system that makes culture visible at every customer interaction, every customer interaction. every customer interaction. All right. Okay, so let's look at performance at the service. There's a bit of a hitch and a delay I'm experiencing. Okay, so the service cultural performance change. So this is bringing to light pretty much everything I've said. But the idea is for us to be able to capture at a glance, and beyond just having these sessions, is for us to be able to see how we can go back and begin to apply intentionally within our business spaces, begin to ask ourselves, okay, what really about our culture needs to shift? What behavioral pattern do we need to do? How do our people react? People act daily. You are looking in, you're checking, you're reviewing, you're analyzing without bias. You're putting yourself on the table and you're asking yourself, how far have we gone? How well are we doing? Right? What's the experience? How do our customers truly feel? Do you have a feedback system that gives you real facts about how the customer feels? Feedback is what the experience has been like, what needs to change, what you could do better to serve them better, because you need to see and you need to know what they desire or what they want, what they feel through the lens of their eyes, through their own minds, through their own eyes, through the way they feel. Now the customer is asking, can I rely on them? Have they delivered the experience consistently enough for me to trust them and rely on them? Will I return? That's loyalty. That's retention. And that's how businesses scale. And then you speak about performance. That's when the numbers begin to count. Because you have begun to you have built trust, earned the loyalty, and then there's retention, there's growth, and then you can speak to revenue increase. So the big question today for every business leader, for every entrepreneur, what behavior today strengthens customer trust? What behavior today strengthens customer trust? And so, like I mentioned, sessions like this, the AUValue Exchange Programme, everybody is excited about it. We're all here on the platform. It should never be one of those sessions that you just come and then we go through, you write a lot of things, you listen up, and we're excited. We would want for this excitement to transit to action, right? So what are the things that we need to begin to look into? The very little things. How are calls received? What are the how delayed deliveries? What do we do about it? What's the pattern of engagement? What systems have we put in place to ensure that we're able to get it right? What's the culture that we continue to engrave in the minds of our people to ensure that they fall in line and to ensure that the DNA, the identity, the brand, the behavioral pattern of our business is consistent across all boards. And where you have more than one branch, it's important that every time a person walks into any branch, it looks like they're in the same place, because everybody is walking in sync with the same character, same behavior, same attitude, same levels of professional communication, same levels of engagement, and the experience is mind-blowing. Your daily culture audit matrix, every business must have a way to check, because that's how you're able to transform every interaction from transaction to connection. It's the difference between average and exceptional. The difference between average and exceptional. So the question is, where do you fall in? Where do you want to be? Where do you fall in today? Where do you want to be? In the coming days, in the coming weeks, following this conversation, being more intentional about how the experience is being delivered, how the experience is being delivered, beyond what is delivered. And so the how execution model, speaking about attitude, communication, and the touch points, excellence. And so the ownership mindset is very critical. And that's why we say training, and more training, because what that does is brings everybody to speed, to a place of understanding that, you are part of this brand. You make this brand. You own it. Own the vision. Own the drive. own the experience, own the culture, understand why we do what we do in the way that we do it so that it's easier for you to align. Where there's respect, empathy, and understand that where attitude fails, experience completely declines. Where attitude fails, experience completely declines. Then where there's communication, there's clarity, responsiveness, and transparency. I spoke again and again, I reiterated on the need for every touch point, to be as clear as possible, starting from your media channels, interactions, engagement. How clear is communication? How responsive are you? How consistent is your response? How transparent is it? Do you have a different figure online, and then when they come in it's totally different? How do you explain the discrepancy? So if there's a reason why there's a difference, and you must be intentional about it. And so many times people will engage online and say, okay, so how much does it take for you to have a car done? We'll be specific, so it's dependent on an assessment of your vehicle. And then you insist on an estimate. We share an estimate and still reiterate that the final costing will be done when we see your car physically, we assess physically, and then we can give you a valid invoice. So what that does is ensures that nobody says, but you said, because people will. And that's when they begin to doubt that they can trust you. You're already beginning to lose that connection, that relationship that you should have begun to build and and strengthen. So we must be very clear. Never leave anything to chance. Never leave anything to assumption. Clarity is important. Transparency is important. And like I say, where communication fails, trust is absolutely lost. And then consistency at every interaction. We cannot overemphasize this. I've said that again and again, and that's where loyalty is built. That's where loyalty is built, where trust is built. Right. So I thought to, more or less practicalize the act, operational DNA thing. And I mean, this is my space. The automotive space is my place where I play, right? And I already used that as an example on how, we're very intentional about every step. Customer comes in, what's the culture? How they received? We're concerned about how they're received, how we communicate the process, how we communicate timelines. In the event that there's a delay, it has to be well communicated. How we communicate the options, right? And customers like to see that you're giving them options and they're not boxed in a corner. Like, so you enforce, you pretty much make it all difficult for them to make. Customers want to make choices. But the thing about being professional is you guide their choices. And so that at the end of the day, they own their request, they own their order, but then they also respect the fact that you're helping them make the right decision because you're giving levels of professional advice. And it comes to the point where you know what, I trust that you will make the best decision for me. Just handle it. And that's when you've been able to earn their trust, and then you're able to build loyalty. Right. So this is why I say it's important that we begin to practicalize it. Sessions like this are not just for theory and for conversations, but for us to begin to practicalize it. Look at your business, look at what you do, and see how you can begin to redefine your processes, begin to redefine the touch points, begin to reassess the touch points, organize trainings for your people, targeted strategic trainings that will bring them up to speed to do. See, sometimes you tell your team, this is what we have to do. It may be difficult for them to engage until they understand why it's important that we do these things and what the impact and effect is to the customer, to the marketplace, to the entire system of things, and how it defines the brand and creates a niche in the marketplace for us, and how it ensures that we stand out as an organization. And that's the beauty of it. And so it's important that we begin to pay close attention to these things. So whilst we're having this conversation, I thought it would be great for me to drop this because what this will do, and I call it the icing on the cake, right? And it's the three RC of service excellence. We're looking at relevance, reliability, and convenience, right? So for every customer, every time there's an engagement with a customer, there are critical things that they want that determines, what will deliver the true experience to them or not. What will leave them confused or leave them asking many questions or leave gaps. Now, when we talk about relevance, we want to be sure that you're delivering solutions that truly matter to the customer. As a business, I've seen cases and scenarios, and sometimes as a business owner, I may have found myself in that place of, checking and asking myself, should I or should I not? And this is it. You have a strategy, you have a plan, you have that brains that you have set to achieve as a business person, and you've run it for a year, 2 years, 3 years. And it doesn't seem like it's what the market really needs, and that's why it's very important for us to again and again review what's the behavior of the consumer. In what way would they prefer that we serve this? And that's where the how comes in what way would they prefer that we serve this to be able to truly capture their hearts and deliver to them the need that is required, that would connect and take care of the pain points, right? And take away the pressure and move them from where they are to where they want to be, because they have engaged your service, because they're using your products. So there has to be a place of relevance, customers' needs, their context, expectations, and the season. Notice that customer behavior, consumer behavior is very dynamic. Today, customer wants this, tomorrow they want that, they want it in this way. And you need to be responsive, you need to be adaptable, you need to be flexible. You can't be rigid, because you're not running the business for yourself. The product is not for you. And that's why the how to deliver is if you pay attention to the how your service or product is delivered, you will get to find out that many times you're far away from thinking of how you want to do it, but how would the customer rather have you do it? How would the customer rather have you do it? And then we speak about reliability. And that's, you talk about timeliness, which is very critical, but then consistency is also key. And I'd want us to look at consistency in a broader way, right? Certain times where you find an organization so excited or so, so they have their shoulders high and well dusted about how great their tech systems are, how they have it all figured out and all. But they get to forget that beyond the tech systems, the system efficiency, it's important that we also build a culture that is in sync with that. So you can't have an efficient system and then have, a culture that is just there. So you walk into, for instance, you walk into a bank or you walk into a store and, nobody is saying anything to you. Nobody's asking you what you want, how can we help you? And you're almost confused. But then they come out, media, and they tell you how their systems are top notch, and also there has to be a synchrony of your efficiency, system efficiency, and the culture, and which culture is actually the basis of everything. And that's what makes it really the best of experience ever. And then responsiveness. How quickly do you get to respond? And in your response, is there an intent to understand or just to respond for the sake of, crisis management, or just to, keep up with the act? Or are you intentional about understanding the pain points and seeking to have it fixed such that the customer now is delighted? So speed in communication, care, responsiveness, all of these matters. And then convenience. Convenience is about you being able to be where the customer needs you and when they need you. Removing all of the friction, simplifying processes, and all of that. And that's truly what delivers the service experience. The how advantage. The how advantage. The how advantage. So it's a strong focus on how we do what we do. And if you look at the 3 R's and C, you will find out that you will see that it speaks strongly about the how we get to do what we do. It's beyond what, how we get to do what we do, right? So again, we have gone through all of this, and then there's the place of re-strategizing, realigning the DNA, readjusting things, a re-engineering, a recalibrating, a shift, really. So it requires an honest examination of your organizational habits. The DNA of your service culture, it reveals everything, because every decision signals what truly matters. And so these are the critical questions you want to begin to ask. What behaviors do we reward? What experience are our customers having repeatedly? These are the questions on the table. These are the questions on the table. Strategy sessions, brainstorming, consistent learning, trainings that are aligned to answer these questions and to get your people thinking and, aligning their hearts with the changes that need to be done, with the realignment that needs to be done. Right, so your now and your next. Your now and your next. The things that we need to begin to do now. So it's the alignment of every operational decision with the behaviors that drive customer trust and loyalty, because that's everything. That's what will speak to retention and the performance, scaling your performance as you envision as a business. Being able to build systematic processes that connect culture to behavior and customer experience and to sustainable results. Embedding the attitude, communication, and touch points excellence into every team interaction and customer moment. And then translating culture into measurable actions, making excellence a habit and not just an aspiration. And so as I conclude tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say again and again that the market may initially buy what you sell, but the only reason why it stays, the only reason why there will be retention, the only reason why loyalty was built, the only reason why trust is earned is because of how you consistently make people feel. So you must recognize that your competitive advantage isn't found in the products, but it's embedded in the culture-driven experiences that you deliver at every touch point. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say thank you very much for having me. And I count it an honor to be here on the AUValue Exchange Program. Thank you. Favor William.
Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for this session. It was really, really insightful. And I have my notes. I have my notes as usual, and I got a lot of lessons from this. Let's thank Mrs. Oby in the chat. Let's talk about what we gained. What gainful insights did we get from it? Let's talk about it and put it all in the chat. This was such. I learned about the BEAM framework. The what, how, and why. What, that's the product and the service, the how, the experience, the behavior, the culture, the why, the purpose. Everything was just so on point. Let me see you here. Let me see you thanking her. She was so phenomenal. She's someone I respect a lot. You don't know me, but I know you. I know you, and I see your business. It's something that, like, I don't even know how to express myself right now because of how in awe I am of facing you and talking to you like this. It's so awesome. You're awesome, ma'am. You're awesome. You guys, yes, thank you, ma'am. She's really good. She's really good. Let's see your comments. Let's see your comments. If you know Auto Ease, you know Auto Ease is just the best. It's the best at what they do in Enugu. Most of my friends that have cars, they're like, where else would I go to if not Auto Ease? She has built structure. She has built a system that works. System that works a lot. That works really, really well. And she trains people. I know somebody personally that she was training for free. She yeah, the person was learning and he was learning for free under her establishment. And you're just so cool. You're too cool. Yes, thank you, Mrs. Oby Okeke. Thank you very much, ma. People in the comments, they appreciate you. Let's thank you so much. Please and just tell us you're thankful for. Speaking from experience. Oh yeah. Yes. Thanks so much. Auto ease with pristine. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. This I can date a bit up there. You're you know this, ball. Thank you, madam. I learned the how advantage your now and next. The how advantages your how and next. Yes, yes, yes. Perfect. Let's get more comments. Let's get more comments before we go into the next session. Come on, guys. Are we sleeping? Are we still here? Let's be as active as we were. This session was fire. Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Oby Okeke. Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am. So before we go into the next segment of today, okay, more comments. The values are just Mentorima. Why didn't you say it when she was here? Well, I'm sure she's reading comments too, and she might think about it. Who knows? She's just so good. So we want to thank our sponsors and partners again. And this time we're going to be playing a video to show you our sponsors and also our partners for this connect for the AUValue Exchange Program. Sorry. So the next thing you see is the video. Stay tuned and
The partners of this program include Ace, Master Trip Travels, Strengths Africa, A&A Tech Ease Services, Grills at Belmed, Auto Ease, The African Dream Network, Roy Ashmore, Paul Uda Leadership Firm.
Okay, so let me come in. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Can I be heard?
yes, you can be heard.
Fantastic. Can I be seen also? I need to know that I
No, you
can.
cannot be seen.
Okay.
Now you can be seen.
All right then. Okay, so well done, everyone. Well done, everyone. I think that we had a truly phenomenal session. From our second speaker, and it's instructive because, first of all, we had a bit of how do you put it now? We had a bit of interruption, and still she came back bouncing stronger ever than ever. So one more time, please help me put your hands together, put your virtual hands together all over this place for Oby Okeke, who has done a phenomenal work, just sharing our hearts, with us on the subject matter. And I think she did remarkably well, remarkably well. So I want to see the emojis. I want to see the fire emojis. I hear all the comment. I read all the comments that you're making. That's all right. But
Yeah.
now I want you to
There's
give.
one particular one from Happiness.
All right. What was that? Can you read it out to me?
Happiness says, I learned that you must be intentional about how services are being delivered. And I agree with that.
Amazing, 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 and I'm really glad that you're getting all this value all together. But we still got some more to come tonight. We still got some more to come tonight. Still yet to come is Dr. Adeniyi Atiba. See what Flavor did is Dr.
Sorry.
Adeniyi Atiba, my brother and my
Diva.
friend. And the next speaker that we will be bringing on the next speaker that we'll be bringing on is one that I am stepping in to personally introduce. David is not here, so I'm going to step in to personally handle this. I'm checking in the back end to be sure that is there. I'm checking to be sure that he's there. But let me tell you a bit about this gentleman that is coming in. Let me tell you a bit about this gentleman. I think he's one of the most phenomenal people that I've met in the course of my life. I met him in the conference where we spoke together in the month of January last year. Before then, I'd heard of him. And this is the funny thing about us in the knowledge economy. You will hear one of another, but when you have a chance encounter to meet, you know, like coming onto like, you just connect as if you've known each other for 100 years, for 20 years. He's reaching us all the way from Kaduna, in northern Nigeria, and he's one that he's such a tremendous voice in the place of business, a tremendous voice in the place of mindset engineering, and a tremendous voice in the place of in the place of mind restructuring. His approach to the things that he does is one I find very curious. He was doing a series sometime in the month of, I think it was last month or so, and he had a series that was starting at 11 p.m. for 15 minutes every day at 11 p.m. And what just blew my mind away was he will be on his bed, on his bed, and for 15 minutes drop nothing but heavy nuggets of wisdom and say good night. And for me, it was mind blowing. First of all, he communicated a very relaxed mood. Secondly, a lot of people were drawn to it because it was 100% authentic. He wasn't setting up a ring light. He wasn't sitting in a study. He wasn't trying to, have a portrait behind him. On his way to sleep, he thought of you. And that's the concept that I got from it. He's a truly, 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 truly phenomenal person. And we're going to be bringing him up shortly. But as I have in the studio with me, I believe that David is here. So we're going to be bringing up David to continue his duty. And then we will be proceeding to bring in our third speaker. But while that is going on, can you please tell me in one word how the 2026 edition of the AUValue Exchange Programme has been thus far? And I want candid, honest responses. One word. All right. So Favor, oversee that while I'm ensuring that our guest speaker is ready to come into the studio. So remember again, in one word, please do say how you see the AU 2026 Value Exchange Programme in one word. Thanks, everyone.
I hope this is being recorded. Of course. It's being recorded. You can get it from Facebook or the page that you're watching. Okay, so
Hi.
That's all. We're using the word phenomenal a lot. I will say it's been phenomenal.
You will say it's been phenomenal. Okay, so David is back, right?
Yeah,
David is back. I see that my man is in the waiting room. So David, I'm going to yield the mic to you to do the introductions for our third speaker. I am tempted to collect this job from you.
No, please do not.
I'm very, very tempted to collect this job from you.
I know how
many things. Apart from the fact that I have it on good record that he has bought me a house in Abuja by his own mouth, by his own words, and there's also a pair of sunglasses he's going to send my way. Don't worry, there are a lot of things that he and I have to deal. But David, I will give you the honor, and please know that it is the honor that I give to you to say a few words before we bring up our speaker, and I will see you guys after. Well done.
Thank you so much. And it is not an honor that I plan to just take very lightly, because this is someone that I've admired for the longest time. We met for the first time sometime in 2022, 2023, when I was serving as a host and a consultant for the Jennifer Itu Foundation, launching hospitals all across Nigeria. And he also was serving and providing expertise and just being there to show up for them who are his, I believe, friends and family that they are to him. And there was always an air of calm around him. There's this value he brings of calmness, of stillness. And I remember our first interaction was him walking up to me and saying, "You did a phenomenal job." And you could tell that it went beyond just flattery. It wasn't just a compliment. He was able to look at me and, without me trying to convey those words to you, and tell me, this and this are the things that your aura and your presence communicate to those who listen to you. He is somebody that I've avidly followed before we even met, somebody whose content has been beyond just inspiration. And I think a lot of people try to focus on being motivated by people's content, by people who are speakers, people who want to be inspired all the time. But he goes beyond being inspiring and being motivational. He goes to seek out to provoke you, and not provoke you to anger or provoke you for clickbait or anything like that. Whenever his videos go viral, they provoke you for the simple fact that they ask questions of you. It requires you to do something that you probably have never done before. Anyways, because I'm just going to keep pouring out. If I let myself continue, I'm just going to keep pouring out. This is somebody that all over social media, you've seen his absolutely wonderful, wonderful content. I've seen somebody say Elisha Mamman from Arewa, one of the finest from the North. Absolutely, not just one of the finest from the North, one of the finest Africa has ever produced. And I say that with all humility. And today he's going to be teaching us something that he does not just put out, but something that he embodies: the inner system, engineering mindsets that sustain high performance. And this is why this is important. For somebody to be able to have a series where at exactly 11 p.m. every single night, they talk for 15 minutes on social media and they still grab your attention without any planned or curated or choreographed outlook, without the ring light and anything else. That shows somebody who's able to create systems, somebody who's busy, who's constantly traveling. Keep in mind, at that time he was traveling, he was having engagements, he was working, but he found the time to do that. Why? Because he has been able to create an inner system that even his bedtime, he could carve out 15 minutes and still be valuable wherever he was across the world. Anyways, I think you already know who he is. He is the man, the light, the tunnel, because people like say the light at the end of the tunnel, but he's the tunnel that connects. It's also the light at the end of the tunnel for a lot of people. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Elisha Mamman, and please, I'd like you to pay attention to his bio video as it plays.
Elisha Mamman is widely recognized as a motivational speaker, entrepreneur, and youth development advocate who has dedicated his voice and platform to empowering young people across Nigeria. He is the convener of the Winning Mindset, an initiative focused on inspiring youths towards education, entrepreneurship, creativity, leadership, and personal development. Over the years, he has consistently spoken against poverty, unemployment, cybercrime, and social decadence amongst young people, while encouraging the pursuit of education, innovation, and legitimate enterprises tools for transformation and national development. Through seminars, symposiums, and youth empowerment programs, including engagements with members of the National Youth Service Corps, he has inspired many Nigerians to develop the right mindset for success and nation building. His passion for mentoring young minds and addressing societal challenges has made him a respected voice in conversations around leadership, youth empowerment, education, and economic development. More recently, he has continued to advocate for policies and opportunities that can help reduce youth crime and create sustainable growth. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome our distinguished speaker, Elisha Mamman.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. I hope everyone can hear me. If you can hear me, let me just see your emojis. Awesome. All right, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much to my friend, to my brother, the one and only AU. I love you sincerely. Thank you for what you do. I am glad we are doing this at this point in our lives. Again, to the speaker that just spoke earlier, Dr. Oby Okeke, thank you. I learned a lot. My jotter is full, and I pray I'm going to be able to put them to use at the right time. David, thank you. It's good to see you again. Favor, thank you. And to everyone listening, thank you. I have been in a mentorship session since 10 a.m. I finished just 4 p.m. and I had to rush to be here now. So thank you for having me. And I will quickly jump into the assignment I've been given this evening. Basically, the short topic is mindsets that sustains high performance. Mindsets that sustains high performance. First things first, the concept of mindset can no longer be undermined. It is not a conversation you can ignore any longer. Why? Because the truth is, the invisible controls the visible. Everything we see is powered by something we cannot see with our eyes. I always tell my people that wherever you see unusual results, it is powered by a spirit, by a mentality. And when we talk performance, we're talking about effective execution of tasks, effective fulfillment of duty, and we're also talking about the manner in which a person, a mechanism, or an organization operates. So we're talking two things when we talk about performance. It is about how you function. It is how you execute. These words are important. And so I don't want you to forget that every time you see anything remarkable is coming from something you don't see. Secondly, I want to say this. Two very important things you must never forget is the mind. The mind is a faculty and the mind is a factory. Because when we talk about mindsets, we are just talking about how you set the mind. In this case, how you set your mind. Forgive me, I won't be using slides. All right. So, mindset is simply the setting of the mind. It is a collection of both beliefs, assumptions, opinions that drives every other thing we see about your life. So the mind is a force. The mind is a power that powers a lot in our lives. A lot of us are behaving according to the templates of our mind, and we think we are the ones in control. So when you find people executing in a high level, when you find people doing things extraordinarily, it is because the invisible is intentionally at play. Follow me slowly. And so, now, the mind is a faculty. When you say something is a faculty, in biology, faculty means an ability. Faculty means power. So the mind is powerful. So you are either going to use it to your advantage or you are going to allow it become your disadvantage. But the mind, without any doubt, is powerful. And that is why it is a faculty. Paul, one of the greatest writers in his time, said that transformation is directly proportional to the intentional renewing of your mind. Simply means you are going to change in life. Your work is going to change in life. Your results are going to change in life to the degree in which you know how to set your mind. When you buy new televisions, you set them to function. When you buy new phones, you set them to function. Yet there is still a setting on your phone that allows you customize your phone and allows your phone to function in the manner that you deserve, that you desire. The mind is powerful. You can no longer ignore your mind in the pursuit of success, in the pursuit of excellence, and in the pursuit of self-actualization. Very, very, very important. And so, secondly, the mind is a factory. What do we do in factories? I was privileged to have a career in a fertilizer company where we produce and manufacture fertilizers. I gave 11 years of my life, 9 to 5 in that company. So I understand how factory works. A factory is simply a place where inputs are processed to become outputs. Meaning, raw materials are transformed, are mixed, are processed, are refined to become products that are now solutions. So factory is simply a place where value is created, because products are values packaged. Services are values packaged. Nobody fully buys a product. People buy the solutions the product brings. Nobody buys a service. People buy an experience that the service is going to deliver. And that's why when we talk about value, we're talking about solutions people derive from consumptions of good, or from encounter with persons, or from experience from service. I was listening to Dr. Oby, and she was talking about people, customers remember how they were treated, meaning the customer experience is much more important than that which they bought. How you make people feel is much more important than what you truly said to them. We have heard that again and again. And so a factory is where value is created. And we can't say you have performed if all you did was a task that does not bring solution to anybody. I repeat, we cannot call you a high performer if all you do is to perform a task that does not bring solution or benefit anybody. It is these things that we are worried about. Now, what are mindsets? Like I said, mindset in the most simple form is simply how you set your mind. I just like simple words. How you set your mind. Now, every one of us have a phone. If you go to your phone, whether Android or iOS, you will notice that the producer left something there. It's an app. The app is called Your Settings. What that app is meant to do is to give you a personal experience with your phone. It is not an oversight. It is not just any app. It is an app on your phone that can determine, enhance, and facilitate the functionality of your phone by creating personalized experience. And so your phone, when it rings, there is a particular song when your phone is ringing. You know it's your mother because you set it for only your mother. There's a particular ringtone. You know it's your bobo because you set it for your bobo. That setting allows you to customize the experience and it enhances performance. So from this statement, I would like to say without any doubt that mindsets affect performance. Mindsets influences performance. You can't do better than your mindset. You can't do bigger than your mindset. You can't do greater than your mindset. Your mindset actually is like a boundary of possibilities. Follow me slowly, because I don't want you to take any components of your mind any longer for granted. So when we talk about definitions of mindset, maybe dictionary, maybe ChatGPT, maybe whatever, they will say it's a collection of beliefs, attitudes, assumptions that shapes how you see yourself and how you see the world around you. Meaning, they are beliefs, attitude, and assumptions that determine not just how you see, but how you also respond. So when we talk mindsets, now that you know it is powerful, now that you know it has capacity to produce, what are its components? I will focus just on two because I want to maximize my time. And I also do not want to extend my time. I want to work within the time. If I can even do less, I appreciate it because time is fast spent. We've been here since 4 p.m. But it's been a wonderful experience. So it's a collection of beliefs. Collection of beliefs. So I will talk about two issues, and then I will talk about some mindsets that high performance use. There's something we call mental models. You see, mental models are internal explanations. They are also shortcuts for how something works in the real world. I repeat, they are internal mental models. They are internal explanations or shortcuts for how something works in the real world. Every high performer you see anywhere, from Jeff Bezos to Elon Musk, they function by mental models and they function by mindsets. They do not take mental models and mindsets for granted. You can't afford to do that. You can't afford to do it. So what are we talking about? Thoughts. Number one, thoughts. Napoleon Hill said you think and grow rich. He didn't say you work and grow rich. Napoleon Hill said you think and grow rich. After studying hundreds of billionaires and thousands of multi-millionaires in his lifetime, he came to a conclusion that it is thought that is the foundation of achievement, that it is thought that is the foundation of wealth. Not something you take for granted. So he didn't write work and grow rich. He said think and grow rich. There is a huge relationship between your thoughts and what you do. If performance is what you do, if performance is how you execute, if performance is how you carry out duties effectively to create desirable outcomes, then your thoughts are important. Permit me, I'm a person of faith, but I'd like to show you something very profound. The psalmist began to tell us why God's work was profound. And then what he said was very interesting. He said they are product of how deep your thought is. Psalm 92 verses 5. He was talking about how great are thy works and how deep are your thoughts, meaning the depth of your thought will facilitate the height of your performance. Your performance is being affected by the way you are thinking. How deep are your thoughts? Meditate day and night. It means think deeply day and night. For then you will make your way prosperous, and then you will have good success. For as a man thinketh, so is he, not he will be. So is he. Your thinking is you. You are only waiting to see it, but it is already done. Thoughts are things. Thoughts are things. Any thought you hold is going to become a thing not too long in your hand. It's not good, you will hold it. It's not bad, you will hold it. Thoughts become things if you hold them in your mind. Now listen to the factory of your mind. When you put thoughts in your mind processes them and delivers things to you. If you don't have things you want enough, it's because you have not fed your mind right thoughts enough. Nobody is doing you. You have not thought enough to produce the things you want enough of. I hope somebody is hearing me tonight. Please, if you are hearing me and you are following me, just let me know. I like relating. You know, that's the first thing. Thoughts. 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 Think on these things. Whatsoever is pure, whatsoever is good, whatsoever is of good report, think on these things. What you are thinking is affecting what you are doing. How you are thinking is affecting how you are doing what you are doing. When we talk performance, we are talking doing. We are saying your thought is affecting your doings. Your thought is even affecting your being. Your thought can affect your identity. How much more your performance? Stop taking your thoughts for granted. You cannot think you are not good enough and still be good enough. It's deception. You cannot think small and produce something big. It will not work. Not in this life, not in the one to come. Thoughts. I'm now talking about the invisible forces of greatness. Thoughts. What you think and how you have been thinking. I will quickly move to the next matter because I'll spend more time there. Believe. Believes. Belief simply means what you accept to be true. What you accept to be true. Unfortunately, many people accept lies to be their truth. Unfortunately, many people accept a lie to be their truth. You will need information to believe. For that information not to endanger your productivity, it must first be correct and it must be current. Listening to AU during the first session, he was just saying some things that are profound. Alignment is not agreement. That's profound. That's profound thought. Dr. Oby came and began to put issues in place for you to be effective. You need to make a culture out of whatever you think you are doing. Why? Because culture, they say, can even eat strategy. These are profound thoughts. And these are correct thoughts. But the conversation or the information must not just be correct, it must be current. I was looking at the templates AU put, and you will see industry templates of what is currently acceptable industry-wide. Current. So the information, because it is dangerous to believe an information that is not correct. It's dangerous to believe an information that is not current. Because it can't produce what is current and what is correct until the information is correct. Until it is current, it cannot produce a correct and a current life. Very, very important. When we talk about beliefs, we are also talking about a framework. Hear me. Belief is a framework, just like a mental model. Mental models are frameworks. They help you understand life, they help you make decisions, and they help you solve problems. That's what they are. I'll give you an example of a mental model that currently Elon Musk uses for SpaceX. And it is profound. It is profound. Elon Musk uses what we call first principle thinking. Now, when Elon Musk was going to go into this rocket business, Elon Musk has a problem. Buying already made rockets are extremely expensive, number one. Number two, if you launch it and it explodes, it is useless. So Elon Musk engaged a model. Remember, mental models help you make decisions. They help you understand first, make decisions, and solve a problem. Elon Musk wanted to solve a problem whereby rockets can be reusable. It wasn't about cost. It was about reusability. How do we use a rocket when it goes and comes? It can be used again. That was his concern. And the first principle thinking was his mode of operation. What does it mean? It means you will strip down the problem to its most basic and fundamental truth. You identify each component. You understand how they work. You begin to think, how do I do it differently? What can I use to replace this? If I use this instead of this, will it work? First thinking. And Elon Musk applied it. The first rocket blew. The second rocket blew. Today, there are reusable rockets because a man engaged a model and he performed highly. So when a rocket went and came back and it can be reused, it changed the rocket industry. That's a mental model. That's a mental model. It's about problem solving. Elon Musk solved the problem of buying already made rocket that is very expensive, that you cannot guarantee if it will go or if it will work. And so we're talking about mental models, we're talking about belief systems. What are you accepting to be true? Elon Musk didn't accept that it is true that rockets cannot be reused. He didn't accept it. How do you know he didn't accept it? Because he went to work to find out if it is possible. And he found out. You see, beliefs are powerful. Mindsets are powerful. Because they determine how you react to events. They determine how you behave in life. So, there's something we call limiting beliefs. They are beliefs that limits us. And most times, limiting beliefs is believing in a lie, believing in information that is not correct, believing information that is not current. That is how limitations are set in your mind. Most of the limitations people experience in career, in life, in marriage is mental. It's mental. For example, I was shocked. Somebody came to meet Jesus one day and said, if you had been here, this would not have happened. And Jesus answered a simple question. And he said, didn't I tell you, if you believe, you will see. Forgive me, Jesus is one of the most fantastic leaders I emulate my life after. He is a very profound thought leader. He said, didn't I tell you, if you believe, you will see results? Didn't I tell you, if you believe, you will see results? And she proved that she didn't believe. Why? Because her behavior showed it. How do you know a man believes? Behavior. How do you know a man does not believe? Behavior. The fastest way to know somebody believes a thing is the adjustment and the adaptability that follows in his behavior. He said to her, he said, believe and you will see. He said somewhere, he said, to him who believes, nothing is impossible. Meaning, if you believe, you can do virtually anything with your life. Believe. What do you really believe? These things are invisible, but they are controlling how you are relating to life. They are controlling how you see your job. And because of they control how you see your job, they control how you perform on that job. Like I said, I had 9 to 5. And I was successful in my life to 5. If you hear my story, I started from the lowest point in my life to 5. From the lowest point. The lowest point in the department. That's where I started. Until I became a grouped inventory control head of a company. Mindsets. Mental models. You can't believe in a lie and not be limited. You can't believe in what is not correct and not be limited. You can't believe in what is obsolete and not be limited. Limiting belief is simply our belief in informations that have expired, informations that are no longer correct. Faith comes by what you hear. Belief comes from things you are hearing. Number 3, another thing that is invisible that affects performance is imagination. Some men came together and they said, I think it is time we build something that has never been done. And I believe that day somebody would have asked, so uncle, what is that thing that has never been done that you would like us to build? Because even at that time, a city has not fully been built. And he said, I wanted us to build a tower that will start on the earth, but it will touch the heavens. Wow. We are not talking about the tallest building in Dubai. It does not touch the heaven. It didn't even touch the sky. We are not talking about the new tallest building they're trying to do in Japan. There are about 5 new tallest buildings they're about to do around the whole world. None of them is compared to the Tower of Babel. But when the master came, he said, for that which they have imagined to do, no one can stop them. Meaning what? Their imagination has unlocked possibilities for them. Their imagination has unlocked possibilities for them. Remarkable, remarkable, remarkable. Imagination is when you turn your thoughts into images that move. So imagination produces motion pictures. Imagination produces movies in your mind. You begin to experience your reality in your mind before it happens. They sat down. God says this that they have in mind, meaning these people sat down. These people saw a building that has already reached heaven. God says there's nothing I can do about this. So we can't stop their ability to perform. We have to confuse them. Profound. I'm saying to you today, how you are thinking, what you are believing, and what you are imagining is currently at the root affecting your performance in life. It's affecting your ability to create results in life. Performance is about creating results. If God had not stopped them, we would have currently have a tower that touched heaven. Profound. Profound. Let me tell you a story about Dr. Richard Wiseman. He's a Harvard scientist that started a research for 20 years. He was studying people who achieved everything they wanted in life. He was studying people who had achieved everything they wanted. Dr. Richard Wiseman, a Harvard scientist. He was studying people who have achieved everything they wanted. What he wanted to find out is what is the difference maker. What singularly is the difference maker? After 20 years of study, people of the same job, same relationships, same financial group, two completely people, but the same job, two completely people, but the same type of relationship, the same financial situations, they ended up having different outcomes in life. Even though their situations were identical, their outcomes were different. Their results were not the same. And when he continued to do this study, what did he come to conclude? He came to conclude that everyone who interpreted what is possible for them properly accomplished greatly. Follow me. It's a research. It's not me that developed it. That everybody who interpreted what is possible for them attracted much more opportunities to their lives. Meaning what? People who had expectations of themselves outdid those who didn't. So he concluded that one major power is belief. Because belief is not just accepting what is true, but expecting what is possible. Oh, somebody should write that down. It's not accepting only what is true, but it's expecting what is possible. Expectation of what is possible. This is, I'm taking my time to build this conversation. I'm already closing. I want you to see your mind differently. I want you to see your thoughts differently. I don't want you to joke anymore. I don't want you to continue to hold imaginations that undermine your productivity. I don't want you to start accommodating thoughts that no longer is going to lead you to where you are headed in life. I want you to become very intentional in attacking everything internal. Become intentional. People who believe in themselves, people who believe that it is possible, people who believe it can be done, attracted more opportunity to prove that belief than those who doubted themselves. I want to say to you, stop doubting your ability to get that promotion. Stop doubting your ability to stand out in your career. You can make the most out of your life if you will take a risk on yourself because you truly believe. There is a science of belief. We can't get into that tonight. So quickly tonight, with this foundation laid, I want to quickly look at few mindsets, and I will leave you in the next few minutes. I actually have where to be in another 25 minutes. Forgive me. Forgive me. I have to be somewhere else, which is part of my business. Number one mindset. High performance focus on systems, not just goals. The conversation we are having today is about building systems that will sustain you becoming a high performer in every area of your lives. And hear me, high performers focus on systems. High performance focus on systems, not just on their goals. Because the goals will only provide you direction, but it is systems that will create your results. It is systems that will create your results. The job of a goal is to point to where you are headed. The job of system is to create the results that you are desiring. I want to get promoted may be a goal. Regular skill development and strong execution, consistent measurable outcomes can get you that promotion. So high performance will focus on what they will do daily rather than what they are dreaming in 10 years. Very important. Number two, growth mindset. High performance, they focus on growth over validation. People who sustain performance, they view abilities as something that can be improved upon. You must know that what you are doing today, you can do it better. You must understand that you are not at your peak as regards ability. You must also understand that what you are trying to accomplish has been accomplished before, meaning there is room for you to grow. There is room for you to grow. You can do better than you are doing now. You can do more than you are doing now. You can even do it faster than it has been done before. I remember the story of the 1 kilometer before mile rule. I've forgotten how they call it. It took 50 years. It took 50 years for the first record to be set by one man. And in another 50 years, 1,000 people have done it. It took 50 years for one to do it. In another 50 years, 1,000 people have duplicated it. Why? Reference makes achievement easier. When you can refer to someone, it makes achievement easier. And that's why I do not joke with mentorship. Why? Because mentorship provides you with reference that can easily be replicated. Growth. They focus on growing, not validation. They are not carried away by accolades. They are focused by what they need to do to induce their growth. Number three, ownership mindset. I was listening to Dr. Oby, and while she was speaking, she was talking about people who do these things. They take ownership. High performance take responsibility for what they can control. They take full responsibility for what they can control. They focus on their preparation. They focus on their efforts. They focus on their decisions. They focus on how they respond to challenges. That is, they take ownership. Even when circumstances are difficult, they look for leverage point rather than spending energy blaming and accusing others. They take responsibility. Ownership mindset. When you start taking ownership for the job that has been allocated to you, you will start doing it differently. I learned that 20 years ago when I got my first job. Look at the job as your own. It changed everything for me. found myself beginning to be willing to do anything just to see that my job was correct, that my job was right. I was willing to do anything so that the owner of that job business will not fail. Ownership mindset. High performers take ownership. Long-term thinking, we call that compounding effect. It's a mental model. This is the mental model of Warren Buffett. Consistency compounds. Little things done every day makes a huge difference one day. It must be done every day before it will change your life one day. I repeat, it must be done every day before it will change your life one day. Many valuable outcomes take longer than expected. High performers, they know how to delay gratification. They know how to invest in skill over time. They make decisions based on years and not days. We're in a generation whereby people want to make it overnight. People want to do strange things overnight. The people you are clapping for, it took them 10. It took some 20. It took some 30. But you want to make it in 30 days. High performance view feedback as data. They treat criticism as information rather than personal attack. Instead of wasting energy around trying to get people to see your view in different perspectives, see it as data. Go and do better. What can I learn from this? Is there any useful signal in this criticism? Not every criticism makes sense, but at least if somebody criticizes you, draw back and look again. You can see a signal. What should I change? Why? Because if you accept feedback, it will allow you improve faster. I think I will stop here. Continuous learning. High performance know that informations improve over time. High performance know that skill even improve over time. High performance know that it takes a while for you to become a master in anything. So the best performers always learn. I was reading about Cristiano Ronaldo. Even in Saudi Arabia, they say he trains harder than the people there. I hope you know he collects about $2 million per week. There is somebody in that club that collects $5,000 per week. Yet he is training more than the 5,000 guy. If I'm collecting 2 million, I will not be going for training. What if you even I will be serious for 4 months? I will gather like 2 million times 4 months. That's a lot of money. I will pack my load and leave the country. But the guy that is collecting $5,000, the guy that is collecting $50,000 is not taking the matter as serious as that. Why? Because Ronaldo understands that there is room to be better. There is room to be more. Therefore, he must continue to learn. He must continue to train. He reads. Do you read? Do you practice? Do you engage mentors? Do you review mistakes? Do you update your assumptions? Because assumptions are the lowest level of information. Do you update? Do you update your assumptions? After a while, do you look if that assumption is true? Competence is a moving target. It's not a fixed achievement. Competence is a moving target. It's not a fixed target. I want to close tonight with a statement. Anyone can perform highly, but not everyone will perform highly. Why? Because not everyone will come to the realization that it is the invisible that is powering the visible. Until you understand this, that there's something inside you that is determining everything you are doing, you will continue to take what is inside for granted. And hear what I'm about to say. Your mindset determines your level and your degree of transformation. Thank you so much for having me, and God bless you.
wow, wow. How many wows am I going to say? How many wows am I going to say? The Lion of Kaduna. Hey, people, I have sacked my host. I've sacked my MCs. This one, I am doing this by myself. Why? Because I let them introduce you. You saw what they did. So I am deciding that to receive you, they can introduce, but I will receive you. Come on, everybody. Let me just see you put your hands together all over this place. Let me just see you. Come on, just see. Let me tell you something. One of the greatest things that we need to do as a generation is learn to appreciate. And what you've just heard, if this doesn't revolutionize your life, then we should put you on a Elon Musk aircraft and send you to another planet. Can't stay there. Because some of the things I've heard tonight from this brother of mine have been phenomenal. You know, I say to people all the time, and I think it was Visitor McQuire that said so as well, it took 20 years for me to become an overnight success. So when he said and talked about how people are trying to, you're just trying to get into it. You're just trying to, what's the word you people use these days? You want to blow, all right? You want to blow. Anyone that wants to blow will dissipate, right? So you don't understand the place of process. And there's something profound, he said, and it's this, is that, look, your whatever experience that you have on earth, right? And a lot of things that I agree with. Whatever experience you have on earth is a function of your mind. It's your mind. And how does this work? The reason why I'm even spending time having this is because he has to leave very soon. Because of the disruption we had earlier, we're supposed to have a fireside chat after, but I understood, I'd already committed to him that by 8 p.m. will be done. But I respect the fact that he has to leave. So that's why I'm coming to come and handle his receiving. Okay. Now back to what I was saying, Elisha. There's something profound that you said, and people don't understand the place of process. Your experience of Earth is a result of your mind. Result is only an outcome. And how does the mind work? You have the concept, you have the precept, the concept, you have ideology, you have philosophy, you have mentality, which is expressed in attitude and behavior. And so the whole conversation that you had around behavior is mind-boggling. And I want, before we let him go, I want someone right now in the comment section, Facebook, YouTube, I want you to write one thing that you've gotten, the one that has blown your mind. I know there are many wows that you have. I know there are many thoughts that you have, but please just pick one. Don't be too greedy. Pick one so that you can run with it. Part of the problem is that you're taking too much, so you can't move fast, okay? So pick one so that you can run with it. Another thing that you said, Elisha, that blew my mind. I'm sorry, forgive me. This is how blown away I am by the things that you said. Another thing that blows my mind is this. That statement, that profound statement that you made, that culture will eat strategy for breakfast, is one of the things that people don't pay enough attention to, because you want to build a structure, you want to set up something, even from faith-based to secular, you want to set up something, but you forget that it is people in business that do business with people in business. And if there's not a governing set of rules by which people apply to, if there's not a vision that people adhere to, if there isn't a culture, a set of values that determine what they can do, but even more importantly, what they cannot do, then you are never going to be able to achieve that structure that you're trying to put in place. And I thought that was profound. And then finally, I had this thing in my head. I wanted to do this thing like CNN. I'll just be giving you the points. Quack, 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 quack. I had this thing in my head. But finally, there's something else that she said that I think it's important. It's escaping my mind right now, but I'm sure those in the comment section will be able to help me out. So I'm going to run to the comment section right now. I want to see what they have there and be able to catch a bit of it before I let our guest go. We still have a bit more to do. All right. Somebody says, Temitope Konde says, thank you, Elisha Mamman. Someone says it must be done every day before it changes your life one day. Exactly. the shift has already happened, and it's a function of habits, it's a function of your behavior, and that which you do every day, either what you stop, what you start, or what you do less of every day, is what will bring that day. So that day is a combination of the everydays that you've been ignoring. That's why you haven't seen that day. All right. How you are thinking, what you are believing is currently at the root affecting your performance in life. Yes, we've said that. Now I remember what I wanted to say. Old age will not catch up with me, Elisha. Now I remember what I wanted to say. And this is what I wanted to say. That I say to people all the time. I say to people all the time that it's okay. You have the freedom to believe in anything, but please be responsible enough to believe in the right thing.
Yeah.
You can believe in anything. No one's going to hold you. But for the sake of your assignment on earth, for the sake of your destiny on earth, for the sake of the people that you have been sent to, and for the sake of the people that have been sent to you, please be responsible enough to believe the right thing. And I think that sums up a bit of all that I've garnered from everything that you've shared today. Can everybody please put their hands together for, he said, Dr. Oby. He likes to give people title. What title shall we give to Elisha today? What title shall you guys, let's do this. Let's do this. What title shall we give to Elisha at the 2026 AUValue Exchange Programme? Come on, guys, do this with me. I need to give him a title before he goes. I'm releasing him in exactly 2 minutes. So let's give me a title. Is it Chief Doctor? Is it High Priest? Is it he has moved past Native Doctor? That was a long time ago. Is it come on, guys. Help me out here. Help me out here. Help me out here. All right. We need to give him a title. He gave up a doctor. He would have given a triple A title. He gives me a title all the time. So today, you guys, you join company with me. You cannot fight a king alone. We come together to fight a king. Oh yeah, guys, give me. I'm looking at the comment section. I know there's a bit of a delay, but I'm waiting. I'm going to say before. I have to say before I let him go. Guys, come on. Professor, somebody, no, what are you talking about? Prof or university preparations. What are you talking about? There's a difference between someone that works in the university and someone that is a university. What is wrong with you? Somebody said prof. What's all this prof? Professor. It's like the eyes have it too. So we hereby, on the auspices of the AU 2026 Value Exchange Programme, hereby bestow. Forget that one that the president said. We are giving it to you. High Chief. Somebody said High Chief. I like that. I like that. High Chief. So we can combine the two together, people. High Chief, Professor. Then I will now add His Eminence. Aha. By the virtue bestowed on me as a man of God. As a man of God. All right. Amazing. On behalf of the planning committee and all our partners, I want to thank you. I want to thank you, Elisha. Maybe he mentioned it, but he had the session this morning, and I know I mentioned it at the onset. He had the session this morning, his monthly session, an on-site session, and he left there to join us, and he's going into something else right now. Let's one more time show the deepest, most profound appreciation. He has not only shown us his hands, he has shown us his head. Much more than that, he has given to us his heart. And every time you have heart, head, and hand together, you have everything. In other words, what Elisha Mamman has done for us today is to give us everything. Please go ahead. On behalf of me, on behalf of everyone, we say thank you. Thank you for honoring our invitation. Thank you for relating business principles to business. Thank you for being a worthy kingdom ambassador. Thank you for showing dexterity in your different folds. Thank you for understanding that the first business was agriculture. Yes. And thank you for taking lessons there. And our prayer for you is really very simple. That may all your accomplishments of time past pale in comparison to what God is about to do for you, by you, through you, with you, and in you. Thank you so much, Elisha. You know I love you from the depths of my heart. Thank you and thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Mindset Prof. Somebody said Mindset Prof. I like that one. I like that one. Mindset Prof. All right, bro. We'll let you go. I'll talk to you real soon. God bless you. We love you. We love you so much. All right. Okay, people. So that was the phenomenal Elisha Mamman that was with us. All right. So our hosts ready. And Favor and all right. I'm checking my dashboard to be sure that we are all together. Favor and David. Uh, I can't see you. Okay, Favor is right here. All right, so I'm gonna bring Favor into the studio, and then yield over the business of the day to her. Just give me a second to get that done. Um, all right, give me a second to get that done, and then we will be. So I'm bringing her into the studio. I'm bringing David into the studio as well. Um, Favor, thank you for joining us. That was a phenomenal time with Elisha Mamman, mindset professor, High Chief, His Eminence, His Grace, Professor Elisha Mamman, the Lion of Kaduna. All right, David, are you with us?
I'm right here with you. There's nowhere else I would be. I mean, I'm just soaking all of it in. It is why I've had to turn off my mic because my facial expressions will betray me at this point. It is just incredible to see how much a wealth of knowledge someone can just have in one single lifetime. It's absolutely phenomenal. And I'm grateful. I'm so grateful for. Thank you so much, High Chief. I like your new title. I think it suits you. I think we're going to keep it for future events. But thank you so, so much. Absolutely. That's what I kept saying. That's why I kept saying that it's a wealth of knowledge because not once did he have to reference a material of any kind. It was see it. Some people teach this. Some people. Lasha is both.
Amazing. All right, so I'm gonna leave you guys to. We have one more speaker. I'm gonna leave you guys to handle that business, and then I'll see you on the other side. All right, so David, Favor, take it from here.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, Fav, I think we can just jump into introducing the next guest. So over to you.
Dr. Alfred Adeniyi Atiba, popularly known as Dr. Triple A, is a globally transformational speaker with over 2 decades of professional experience in leadership development, business growth, and personal transformation. Widely referred to as the high performance catalyst, Dr. Atiba has coached and consulted for thousands of professionals, entrepreneurs, and organizations across Nigeria, Africa, the United Kingdom, and North America. Through his expertise in executive coaching, strategic consulting, emotional intelligence, sales, leadership, and performance management, he has helped individuals and institutions unlock clarity, growth, and sustainable success. He is also an accomplished author with more than 20 published books and has collaborated with globally respected organizations and leadership platforms, including the John Maxwell Leadership Foundation, the Global Leadership Summit, and USAID. His work continues to impact business leaders, executives, entrepreneurs, and emerging professionals seeking excellence and transformational results. Beyond his professional accomplishments, he is admired for his passion for human development, mindset transformation, and capacity building. His ability to combine practical business intelligence with leadership psychology has earned him recognition as one of the leading voices in high-performance coaching and leadership development. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's make welcome our distinguished speaker, Dr. Alfred Atiba.
Wow. I mean, I was literally thinking, why should I talk again tonight? I mean, Dr. Oby has spoken, of course. I mean, Elisha Mamman has spoken. I was just, I mean, at the point I was just pacing, walking around everywhere, because I was just like, my God, my head is blown. I mean, what do I do? How do I do it? But tonight it's going to save time, I promise you, because we're going to touch on some very cool things. So Chief Elisha Mamman touched on some very powerful things. The mind professor touched it. Dr. B talked about culture. And all these things come together. It comes to the fact that a lot of us must understand that every success in life starts from personal responsibility. It starts from you taking responsibility for your life. Years ago, I came across this and I discovered that without me taking responsibility for my life, success is not possible. 100% responsibility. Anything less than that is not going to work. All right, if you can hear me, let me see in the chat that you can hear me, friends. I want to be able to see that you can hear me and be able to know that you are interacting with me and you can hear me. Can you hear me? Let me get some feedback from you, right? Let me be sure that you can hear me. And of course, let me have my slides. Can I have my slides, or you want me? Can I share from here? Can I share from here? Okay, beautiful. All right, beautiful. Good. All right. All right then. Okay. So I want to see. Can you see? Can you hear? Can I have somebody talk? Maybe from the studio, that you can see my screen. Anybody there? Can I get some feedback? Okay. All right. Okay. Good. Oh, beautiful. Okay. All right.
Okay,
Great.
so Dr. Triple, you're good. You're good. Your sound is clear. Your visuals are clear. Your slides, right. Obviously, you can control it from your end.
Yes.
So just go ahead. We can't wait. We can't wait, man. And welcome. Good to see you, guys. Guys, please celebrate my brother. Celebrate my brother. Celebrate my brother right here, man. Right here. Thank you so much.
Great to be here. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. I just wanted to be sure that everything is working fine, and that's good. Nice. All right. So tonight, in the next few minutes, let's touch this. Let's hit this and hit the ground running. Once again, I want to celebrate AU for doing this. This is amazing. I want to tell you from the depth of my heart, I love you, brother. Thank you for all that you do. It's amazing. Beautiful. So tonight, we're looking at leadership systems that actually multiply performance. Well, I'm also known as the high performance catalyst because it's a calling to me. I mean, it's a calling for me. It's my life. I discovered that more than anything, what you do with your life matters. Your life must matter, all right? So tonight, leadership systems that multiply performance. And I want to talk specifically and address how great leaders build teams that scale results, culture, and impact. Can you imagine? So I'm touching on mindset, I'm touching on culture, I'm touching on systems, I'm touching on impact, and I'm touching, of course, on results. Friends, I'm privileged to be an OD expert with 20 plus years doing what I love doing. I lead the TDC group, and of course, I mentor leaders through that Alfred Atiba leadership. I've got some certifications here and there. Why am I saying this? Of course, you get to know later, just a background. Now, let me ask you a very good question. What happens, friends? What happens when performance depends on one person? Of course, what happens when the leader is absent? What happens when the top performer in your organization resigns? Because we're talking about systems, we're talking about organizations, we're talking about teams. What happens when growth suddenly increases? So you've been praying to God for an increase, for a blessing, and then all of a sudden, what you've been praying for starts to happen. What happens to you? What happens when growth comes, when expansion comes? Let me say this to you, that more than anything, it's dangerous to build an organization around one person. I'll say that again. It's dangerous to build a vision around one person. It's dangerous to set the mission into rolling and you're building all these things based on one person. Why? Because if anything happens to that person, it all falls. I learned years ago about the cash flow quadrant that is known as, that Robert Kiyosaki propounded. And that quadrant, you have the employee, you have the self-employed person, or the small business person, and you have the business owner, the big business owner, and then you have the investor. Now, if you look at all the mindsets that flow from E to S to B to I, you just got the mindsets are different. One thing that happens is that a lot of people start to build their vision, but they build their vision like a small business owner, meaning that they control everything. Let me tell you this. Your vision is not big enough if you are the one controlling it. Your vision is not big enough if you're the one that is running everything, you're powering everything. It means that if you're not around, the vision is not working. That means that vision is not big enough. That's what it means. So what happens when pressure eats your organization? I mean, will everything just crash like that because you are not there? One of the things that I love about building systems is that I can be out of that system and the system is running. And you know what? I use that in practically everything. Since I got married about 16 years ago, I started to create systems even in my marriage because it's very important. Because you see, let me tell you something. If there's no system in place, if my wife is not empowered, that means if I'm not around, and I'm often not around, the house will not run. I mean, the home will not run. So it's very important that whether we like it or not, whether in business, whether at the home front, whether you're running business or even church or mosque or wherever it is, if you are not around and the system breaks down, there's a problem. Friends, if performance depends on personalities, growth becomes fragile. But if the performance of the organization depends on systems, if the performance of your life depends on systems, then your growth becomes sustainable. One of the beautiful things that I love about systems is that systems will save you from stress. It will give you time. It will give you energy, and it will save you money. Systems will save you from stress. It will save you and give you extra energy. It will give you extra time, and it will give you money. So growth becomes sustainable in your organization, in your life. Why? Because you are depending on systems. And it's very important. No matter how small it is, it changes everything. Let's talk about the real leadership shift here. Is that great leaders do not merely manage people. What they do is that they build excellent systems that reproduce excellence. I'll say that again. Great leaders don't just manage people. They're not just influencers. They are people who also build systems that reproduce excellence. That's why I personally have a great admiration for administrators. Because without administrators, organizations will fall into jeopardy soon. And I have, one of them, very close to me, and I just want to celebrate him, Pastor Ike. I love you because he's a great administrator. Look, let me tell you something. When you are able to hold the systems into place, you're able to build and reproduce the systems, excellence is easily replicable. No matter how big the organization is, you can do that. I'll mention an organization called Item 7, and I'm not just trying to, advertise about them, but I've studied them and I've noticed that across board, check it out. Their food is the same everywhere. They are like the Nigerian McDonald's, the Nigerian, KFC. You permit me to say that because, it's just awesome what they've been able to do. The food is the same everywhere. The level of excellence is the same because there's a system there that can easily be reproduced. Are you there? So when you create those systems, what happens? The following happens: you are creating clarity. In creating your system, you're creating clarity, you're building alignment. Yes, you're building alignment. Everybody falls, everything falls into play, right? You're creating a culture that drives the entire organization because it's a system, right? You're reproducing standards, right? That's why some organizations have what we call standard operating procedure, SOP, right? It means that regardless of whoever is there part time, if somebody leaves today, if your top performer leaves today, you are able to replicate the same level of excellence because you have created a system that allows that to work. You are designing accountability, and also you are developing people consistently. So the system does all this together. And friends, a true leader's success, I've discovered, is measured by what continues working even when they're absent. Yes. So what we're saying here is that your true success, if you say you are successful, it's because you have a successor. It's because you have somebody who is doing much more, even much more. See, look, I have decided to be that man who has become, permit me to use the word jagaban when it comes to, I know a lot of people have put a lot of negative connotations to it, but just permit me to use that word. I become a jagaban of excellence by ensuring that succession is intentional. You don't think it, you walk it, you put it into place. You ensure that you are creating systems that can run with or without you. Are you getting what I'm saying here? All right, beautiful. Let's move on. What is a leadership system? A leadership system is, you can call it a repeatable structure that produces consistent results. You create a system that reproduces, consistent results. Everything happens. So the communication systems, because they have different systems, about roughly, about 7 of them, very important. The communication system is repeatable, right? You can use it. I mean, you can run it. The decision-making systems, they don't have to see you before they make the decision. Let me say this to you. If every decision has to come back to your table before it is made, you have not yet created the system yet. It means everything is still dependent on you. And that's dangerous. That's very dangerous, right? That means you can't retire. That means you can't go on vacation. That's terrible. That's dangerous. You must be able to build a system that works independent of you, right? Do you need your body? Now, let's look at this. Do you need your body to take instruction for you before it works? No. The entire system in your body, the systems in your body, they work independent of you. They're working. That's how God made them. That's the way it works. So accountability structure, the systems, the performance systems, the learning systems, the recognition systems, the feedback systems, they must work. Listen, teams don't rise to intentions, they rise to systems. In other words, the system that works in your organization will determine the level of success that you have. Your performance is tied to the systems that you have in your organization. Look, Elisha Mamman was talking about your mindset. Your mindset is a system. Yeah, it's a system. You build the system and then the system builds your life. Oh, come on, somebody. I thought somebody was clapping over there. I thought somebody was making a noise over there. You create the system and then the system makes you. Look, you create a system that runs consistently and then you are removed. Oh my goodness. It just came to my spirit right now. When God created the heavens and the earth, he put systems into place. Guess what happened? When those systems started working, God went to rest. Oh my goodness. The reason why you are not resting is because there are no systems working perfectly well in your organization. The systems in your life are not working well. That's why you're not resting. Until the systems are functioning, no rest for you. Okay? So very important, you must do that. Why do most things underperform? Let's look at why they underperform. There are some common organizational problems in your organization. And let me tell you, just in case somebody is saying, you know what, why are you talking? I mean, the way you're talking, maybe you're talking over my head. Your organization starts from even your own life. Are you getting what I'm saying here? Let's take it from there. Your life. How do you organize your own life? How do you organize the teams that you're leading, whether you are a leader at any level that you are in life? It's very important that you understand that everybody is a leader. You're influencing somebody, right? You're a leader because you influence somebody. Somebody is influenced by you. Somebody makes a decision based on your role, based on your belief system, based on your value system, based on the things you say. People make decisions, so you are the one who is leading. I'm opportuned by the grace of God, to be a leader of leaders. So I see a lot of things. So, guys, let's go on. Let's go on with what you say. Common organization problems. Number one, confusion. In organizations, you see confusion because there's no clarity, because there's no clearly defined structure on who should do what, how should it be done. Create it. It shouldn't be that until they come to you. That there should be a policy that runs your organization. Blame culture. You see people blaming one another. Oh, this is person. No. Jokingly, I remember years ago in an organization I used to work with, the boss, well, not the boss, the leader, our guy would say, who do we kill? And what he's saying there was not to literally kill the person. It was who is the person that is responsible for this mess? Who is the one responsible? So there must be a proper structure before your organization can function, before you can execute and get the kind of performance that you must know who is to blame for whatever. Not that you're blaming people, but who is responsible really for this person. In the culture where everybody is blaming somebody and blaming somebody, no. Somebody must step up to own up, to say that this is my jurisdiction, this is my niche, I'm taking responsibility. Delayed execution would affect the performance of your team. Delayed execution, in other words, it means that they don't even have enough clarity to know who should do it and how they should go about it. So that should be clear. Low ownership. We've been talking about ownership. Dr. Oby talked about it. The fact that in organizations, what makes people perform well is that they own it. I belong to an organization. I'm very proud to talk about Equip Leadership. And Equip Leadership, one of we have the opportunity to run the Beyond Success program, and I can tell you that one of the major things that drives our success is that our facilitators own the work, own the thing. We were discussing just some hours ago about some people who were doing exceptionally well, and the reason is just, it boils down to one point, is because they own the whole vision. The vision is owned, right? So there must be a high ownership mentality. Micromanagement, when people are micromanaging activities, what you're supposed to work on, you're delaying it, you're micromanaging, you're doing too little when you should do quite much more. By poor communication, of course, because there's no clarity of communication, they're not talking, people are not getting stuff. So the root cause here is that, you see, we have hardworking people but weak systems. That's what we're talking about. All these problems are all root causes of what? People are hardworking, but they're weak systems. So you could have people who are very hardworking, but because they're weak systems, they don't know what to do, they don't know how to do it, they don't know when to do it, they don't know who to do it with. These things can affect every little thing that we're talking about. Let's talk about the performance multiplier model that I so much love. Wow. So we're talking about people, we're talking about systems, and we're talking about culture. When people are multiplied with systems and they're multiplied with the right culture, then we have what? We have the multiplied performance. And when we consult for organizations, one of the things that we do is that, you see, sometimes we have the best people, but we have the poorest of systems. And then, of course, that affects the culture, because, you see, these things, they all work hand in hand together. So when we talk about people, we're talking about the talent, we're talking about their competence, talking about the emotional intelligence of the people, their leadership capacity. When we talk about systems, we must ensure that the systems are clear, they're easy to get, they're easy to work with, the processes are clear, there's accountability, there's proper structure. When we're talking about culture, the culture must encapsulate, must have in it trust, ownership, collaboration, and innovation. That must be the core of the culture of our organization. Listen, strong people without systems become exhausted. They are good, they're great, they're grand, but without the systems that will save them. Remember, Systems will save you what? It will save you from stress. It will save you time. It will save you energy. It will save you money. And these things are very important. All right. But strong, also note this, that strong systems without culture become robotic. There must be culture. There must be culture, whether we like it or not. So people are just running through the motions of showing up. I remember years ago, I would show up in my organization. In fact, to an extent, I would sleep over. I was doing like 3 nights sleeping over and everything. And then one day, my leader calls me and then says to me, "Rate yourself," and all that. And I was rating myself 9/10, and he said, "No, I'm sorry." That's when I knew that it's not about how strong or how hardworking you are. It's about you working in accordance with something. But the truth was, at that time, there was no proper system. Why? Because he had not given me my job role. So I was just working. So it's possible that you're working hard, but you are measured wrongly because there's no system in place to actually determine how you will work. So that's why, I have a sister of mine. We call her Madam KPI. And one of the reasons we call her Madam KPI is because she does not like to work in isolation. She likes to know exactly what she's working, because you need to know what exactly you're doing. Every organization must know what exactly they're working on part time. High performance happens when all the three aligns: the people, the systems, and the culture. The talent, the competence, the emotional intelligence, the people are working with the clear-cut systems, and they have the right culture, right? They're collaborating, they're working together, they're innovating, they're taking ownership, they trust one another, they're working together. These things with the right systems, with the right people, this brings us what we call a multiplied performance. And this is very key. Let's look at some of the systems that you need to work with if you are going to. Remember, we talked about clarity. So let's start with clarity. Clarity systems. High-performing teams operate with clear direction. If you're going to have a team that is high-performing, they must operate with clear direction. They know what they're doing. You cannot say that you're going somewhere and you don't know where you're going. Guess what? You will rigmarole. You will get lost because you don't even have a clear, imagine 2 football teams, 2 sets of 11 players playing together and they're not goalposts. What are we measuring? What are they doing? Just imagine. So you need to help your team create clarity around vision. What is the vision of the organization? What's the vision of the team? Expectations. Set clear expectations. What exactly are they doing? What are you doing? Are you just sitting around and wasting time? And this is what I also discovered. With time, if you're not careful, if you're not setting clear expectations, you discover that people don't even know what to do. And the energy fizzles out and people leave. There must be clear roles. Who is doing who? Who is doing what? The KPI, the key performance indices. I mean, if people are working, how do you measure who is working, how well they're working, when to work and all these things? It must be measured. What are the priorities? Because it's possible for you to be working and you're not hitting the goals, you're not hitting the targets, right? So you must set the priorities right. Remember that. Very important. Remember the Pareto law. What are the 20% that you need to concentrate on? Those are your priorities. Decision ownership. Who makes the decision? If everybody makes the decision, there'll be confusion. But there must be specific people amongst your team that make decision concerning something. And if you're not around, there must be a decision-making system that allows them to make the decisions even when you're not around. That is very important. That's why, I use the easiest one, to explain that my family, my wife, if I'm not around, and then after my family, my firstborn, she's equipped, right, to make decisions. It's not about sex. It's not about the gender. It's about the fact that you are next in the line of structure. These are the decisions that need to be made. You need to be able to make them. So some of the questions you need to ask yourself as a leader: does everyone know what success looks like in our organization? What does success looks like? What does success look like in our organization? And every of our team members, do they understand the priorities? What are the priorities? What are the things they're supposed to do per time? And then, are the expectations measurable? Can we measure our expectations in our organization? Why? Because, friends, clarity will always reduce confusion and it will accelerate execution. The big grammar we're talking about there is that when clarity shows up, confusion reduces. I love the fact that even the good book says that God is not an author of confusion. So that means that God also brings clarity, isn't it? And when you know exactly what it is that you're doing, you're able to execute faster. You're able to do things and get things done faster. Beautiful. The systems too is a communication system. Communication, like somebody said, is the lifeblood of organization performance. In fact, communication is the lifeblood of any relationship at all. If people are going to do well, they must be able to communicate. They must communicate at the right resonance, the right level. They speak the same language. They understand one another. Just yesterday, I was teaching about how to speak to AI like a pro. Because let me tell you something, you can speak to a French person, you're speaking English to a French person, they won't understand you, right? They won't get what you're saying. So more than anything, you need to speak the right language. So in the organization, what is the language you people speak there? Effective organizations will build weekly alignment meetings. So that they meet, you have to be able to talk. Why do people connect? Because connection, I'll say this, a team that does not first bond cannot build. Let me say that again. A team that does not bond cannot build. Communication helps teams to bond before they build. One of the things that we do when we enter organizations is to ensure to find out, to assess the level of their bond. If you see any organization that they're doing exceptionally well, and I put it to you straight up, it's because they are bonding. That's the truth. So there must be weekly alignment meetings. There must be clear reporting structures. There must be a rapid feedback loop. So that means that, if you are stuck, you must be able to communicate and tell us so that we know what happens. It's not that you're waiting until the meeting time for you to share with us. And you see, this is one of the reasons why a lot of people don't even get promoted in the organizations. Because you need to think beyond the level that you are. You need to start thinking like a leader. And a leader must understand that you need to take responsibility to share the feedback as soon as possible, right? Cross-functional collaboration. You don't just sit in your unit or in your family, if it's church, right? And you're just doing things on your no. You can collaborate across board to ensure that what it is, it works. So you must develop communication. Communication is a skill that every leader in this century must understand. If you master communication, you're able to do very well. Transparent updates. What you are doing should not be, it's not a secret, right? Unless it's confidential, highly confidential, and your leader will let you know. And as a leader, you also know that some things are confidential, and you expressly communicate that to your followers. Poor communication will create silos. What does that mean? There will be niches, there will be people, there will be groups, right? And then what happens when that happens? Then you see this silo fighting this silo, and then bad things start to happen. Poor communication will create grapevine, which is called assumptions. In other words, there'll be gossip flying up and there because people don't even know what is what anymore. There'll be repeated mistakes because you are not communicating properly. There'll be conflict and there'll be delays. Listen to me. The speed of communication will always affect the speed of execution. How you communicate, how well you communicate will affect how well you execute. And how you execute, how well you do, your performance. That's what we're talking about when we're talking about execution. I hope this is helping somebody. System 3, accountability systems. Accountability is ownership with measurable standards. It means that we have clearly defined goals, we have deadlines, we have tracking mechanisms, we have review systems, we have consequences and rewards. That's what it means. Like somebody said, what gets measured gets improved. If you cannot measure it, you cannot improve it. You can't. You must be able to set up systems to help us to measure, to help you measure your organization what exactly is getting done, what is being done. Are you working in line with what should be done? These things are very important. And let's look at the case of the overworked team leader. Look at the scenario. So a departmental leader handles nearly every major decision personally. What happens there is that, look at the initial results, slow execution. Why? Because it has to, if it doesn't come to your table, that means that nothing happens. Everything, team dependency, they have to rely on you before they do whatever it is that they do. They'll be burnt out. Because whether you like it or not, you're a human being. There's a level to which you can handle pressure. Of course, reduced innovation, which means that you cannot think all the time. I mean, the brain also is a machine. Whether you like it or not, it will get tired. Low ownership, that means everybody is just thinking, well, Oga is the one that makes that decision, so let's just leave it at the table. But when you experience a leadership shift, what happens? You shift from you being the only person who is making the decision. You create delegation structures. In other words, you delegate what needs to be delegated. You stick with the strategic role, and then you give the hands-on, the people that should do the things, you delegate to them. And then, there's decision ownership matrix. What does that mean? We are saying that every person has power to make decision based on a certain level. You have delegated that. You've given them that. There's weekly performance reviews so that they go to work and they come back, and then everybody, so you coach them, right? You're just telling them, okay, so this is how it works. And these are some of the things that we run in our own organization to ensure that things are working. Because you cannot look. I love rest. I like to sleep. I mean, earlier in my life, I didn't enjoy that. I mean, if I slept, I felt I was lazy. But now I discovered it's not about how long I do it. It's about how well I do it. And guess what? What you do alone, it's not compared. You can't compare it with what you do through people. I'm telling you, you can do a lot through people. You can multiply your success through people, but you must learn to release power. The problem with a lot of us is that we are corrupted with power. We want to sit on power. We want to put all the power in a can, cover the can and sit on the can. No, we must be able to open the can and give the power out. Until you give the power out, look at what God did. God delegated the power of earth to man. Look at that. Look at that. Come on, guys. So, of course, when you shift, you also start to do what? Team-based accountability. So people know exactly where they're falling. And the outcome that you have when you experience a leadership shift and you move from the overworked team leader to a leader who delegates, who works with people, who does what we call participatory management, the outcome is that there will be faster execution, there will be improved confidence, because your people will be able to also, move with you. They're growing with you. There's better collaboration and productivity. And of course, there's sustainable growth in your organization. Systems 4, learning and development systems. Organizations grow when people grow, whether you like it or not. Your life is tied up to your growth. The more you learn, the more you earn. The more you grow, the more you're able to roll. You roll with the big guys. All right. So high performance organizations will always invest in coaching. They invest in mentoring. They invest in mentorship, leadership development, knowledge sharing, continuous learning, and skills training. Because we understand, guys, that the more you put knowledge into people, the better you can rest, the better the organization is empowered to do all that it do. So training is not an expense. Training is a growth multiplier. Let me say that again. Training is never an expense. It's a growth multiplier. So let me ask you, is your organization intentionally developing future leaders? Are you intentionally developing people around you? Are you pouring yourself into people? Are you building people? Are you doing great things? Because it's one of the ways that you can create leadership systems that multiply performance across teams and organizations. Another one, of course, system 5 is a culture system. Culture is invisible force that is driving performance. Culture is invisible force that is driving performance. I said it again. Culture is invisible force that is driving performance. Just like Elisha Mamman said, he said something powerful there. He said, even culture is strategy for breakfast. I don't care how skilled your system is. I don't care how skilled your people are. If you don't have a culture, a system culture, or a culture system that enables collaboration, enables trust, enables innovation, you will discover that you have problems. So culture answers the following questions. How do we behave here? In case somebody is asking, what is culture? It answers the question, how do we behave here? In our organization, how do we behave? What is rewarded? Because what is rewarded is powerful. If you reward hard work, you will get more of hard work. If you reward laziness, you will get more. If you reward gossip, you will get more of gossip. If you reward grapevine, you get more of that. If you reward, workplace, I was reading something the other time, I was laughing, that some people allow for workplace romance. If you Reward workplace romance, you have more of that. What is rewarded in your organization? What is tolerated? And how do we respond under pressure? This is what culture is. If you have a strong culture, friends, it will produce trust and innovation. It will produce ownership and collaboration, emotional safety. Let me tell you something. A culture that produces emotional safety, that produces stability, will allow for more growth. I tell you something. If people feel safe in your borders, they will bring more people, and there will be growth, there will be explosion, there will be expansion. Leaders, friends, do not only build organizations, they build environments. You build the environment that will allow people to thrive. And that is very important. Great leaders understand this. If you're a leader of a nation, you build an environment that allows for growth. You create a safe environment for your people. You create an enabling environment that allows your people to do well. These things are very powerful. At your level, before you start to insult the government, start to insult the people that are your leaders, at your level, are you building environments that enable the people around you to grow, to thrive, and to do very well? These are questions that we need to start to ask ourselves. And I want you to begin to see yourself as a leader. If you're a leader, then you need to see yourself as a system designer. You're a system designer. Because more than anything, friends, modern leadership requires system thinking. You must, as a leader, begin to think beyond daily operations. You think beyond individual performance. Think beyond your short-term pressure. You need to now focus on scalability. How do you reproduce this? How do you keep this thing going on? How do you reproduce the same level of excellence in different levels, across different teams, across different organizations? Sustainability. How do you sustain what you're doing? How do you ensure that this thing is consistent and it keeps on going? There's no stopping. There's no pausing. How do you reproduce yourself? How do you start to create organizations that are resilient to the pressure of the world? Friends, what I need you to understand is that great leaders develop, they design environments where excellence becomes normal. Excellence is a norm. If you are able to do that, you have become a leader beyond leaders. And that's exactly what we need to start doing. You need to start to ask yourself this question: how do I create an environment where excellence becomes normal? And this thing is very important. How do you multiply performance across teams? These are 5 practical leadership multipliers that you need to do. I'm sure you've seen that we've been building gradually. Now we're getting to the end slowly. 5 practical leadership multipliers that you must have. Friends, number 1 is that you need to standardize excellence, create repeatable processes. How does this work? So, for example, you want to cook jollof rice. How do I cook an excellent jollof rice that would allow somebody's taste bud to blow? You know, I remember watching a Korean movie years ago, and when I was watching it, the king is a connoisseur, right? He loves to take good food. So this chef crosses, from one side, to another, and she's the one who gets to cook. And when the king is eating the food, he begins to taste everything. You see it on his head. He tastes the curry, it tastes the thyme, it tastes, the fresh, of the oil. He knows whether it's butter and everything. And you see him, doing so. You must be able to break down the process, then find a way to create the process, document the process so that it's easy to be repeated. You can standardize excellence. How did I cook this excellent jollof rice? And then you do it. So the same way in your organization, just like Dr. B was talking about customer service, how do I standardize excellence in customer service? How did we do it? This is the feedback that we have. You cannot create experiences in isolation from the customer. It's the customer that will tell you whether you're doing well or not you. Which reminds me, years ago, I learned a very hard lesson. I learned that it's very important that I stop creating what I want to sell. I should create what the customers want to buy. That's for somebody. It just came to me, and I just dropped it there for you. Number 2, build leadership pipelines. At every time, create leaders. Develop leaders at every level. That's how you create a system that is inexhaustible in its momentum, a system that keeps on running, so that when somebody leaves that system, there are still people in the system to work. You are multiplying performance. You have standardized the level of excellence at your leadership level. So build leadership pipelines at every level. Train people to fit into roles. Always train people. Tell people what to do. Show them what to do. Create systems that train with or without you. Very important. Empower decision making. Reduce dependency bottlenecks. Why is it that they must see you before they take the decision? No. Document the process. If A happens, this is what you do. If B happens, this is what you do. Put it down in a book. Put it down in a manual. Create a staff handbook. How to handle customer conflict. When this happens, this is how to handle according to the Dr. AAA group, company group. This is how we handle difficult customers. This is it. Put it down, right? So that they can make their decisions at their level. The decisions they make will not be different from your decision because you have documented your thought process. Oh my goodness. So for about 3 years roughly, I have trained my AI. I trained my generative AI to think like me. I fed it with my thoughts. I fed it with my information, giving it my articles and everything. So most of the time when I'm talking, it's like me talking to myself. It's so fun. You understand? You must create a process where you have trained your people to think exactly like you. You don't need to be bothered and be thinking, oh, will they make the best decisions? No. Empower decision making. That will help you. Create feedback loops. Improve continuously. If you create that, it will bring about what? Improvement that is continuous every time. Let them tell you what they're doing. Let them give you feedback. Let them, and that's exactly how it is. 5 levels. Number 1, show them how it's done. You do it, let them watch. Show them how it's done. You do it, let them watch. Number 2, do it with them. Do it with them. Let you do it, let them do it with you. Then number 3, let them do it, right? And then you watch them how they do it. Yeah, that's how it is. You show them, you correct them. Number 4, they do it. You don't say nothing. You just give them feedback after they are done. And number 5, you let them do it. And then you watch from afar. And the only time you come up is when something is wrong. And you just, meet occasionally to get, feedback from them. Very important. Create the feedback loops. And then reward desired behavior. Culture only grows where recognition flows. Culture grows where recognition flows. I'll say that again. Culture grows where recognition flows. In other words, what you reward is multiplied. What you reward, is what grows. What you reward is what people do more of. That's the way it works. Very important. Now, emotional intelligence in systems leadership. Systems work better when people feel valued. If you're going to have the best system in place that will multiply your performance, understand that your people are human beings. You got to treat them like human beings that they are. So you must listen actively to your people. Listen to them. The more you listen, the less you talk, the more you will be able to do much more with them. Manage conflict wisely when you are dealing with your people. Make sure that you are not being unfair. What does that mean? Don't listen to one side and leave the other side on earth. Listen to them together. Listen to them together and handle and manage the conflict wisely. I love what Solomon did. Somebody came and said, you know what, this person stole my child. And then the other one said, no, that's not my child. I mean, this is my child. And then he comes up with a solution. He says, you know what, we're going to divide the child into 2. Of course, the real mother opened up and shouted out and said, no, don't do that, sir. Give it. That is a wise man. You need to be able to build your wisdom, build your knowledge bank. Build trust. Very important. Build trust with your people. How do you build trust? By giving trust. If you trust people, they will trust you. That's the truth. You must learn to trust your people. You are the one who trained them. You're the one who hired them. You must be able to trust your people. If they cannot be trusted, please sack them. Release them. There's no sentimental decision about these things. Recognize contributions. Every time people do well, make sure you recognize them. Celebrate them. Celebrate them. It's a culture that we have. You celebrate your people, celebrate them, and then inspire commitment. Sustainable performance, friends, is both strategic and human. You cannot remove performance. Remember, the performance, multiply performance, is a component of people, systems, and what again? Do you remember? I'll put it to you. So, but it must be both strategic and human. You must do that. Then look, what are the warning signs that you're having weak leadership systems? There are the red flags you must address. What are the warning signs that you see? They include constant firefighting. What does that mean? It means that there are fire approaches everywhere, fire brigade approaches, and that's why you need to create policies. You need to set up structures so that these things, fire brigade approaches, slow execution, those are the signs that you don't have a system that's working. There's no lack of delegation, high stress levels, there's confusion, low morale, repeated mistakes, knowledge is trapped in one person. That is dangerous. So that weak leadership signs. It shows, weak leadership system signs, and it shows that there's problem everywhere. Chaos, friends, is expensive, but strong leadership systems will reduce organizational friction. Now, when we're going to build a high performance organization, there are 4 pillars that we need to look at very well. Your vision must be very clear. I've talked about that. Number 2, the systems, there must be consistent execution. These are the founding pillars of a high performance organization. Culture, we've talked about that. Leadership development, you must build an organization that can sustain itself through its leaders. Success that is sustainable must be intentional, it must be planned, and it must be effective. And these are some of the questions that I need you to ask yourself. Let's ask ourselves, and they can put the answers, in the chat box quickly. Which system is weakest in your organization? What are you going to do about it? Or better still, which system do you know is weak in your own life? And what are you going to do about it? Where does your team experience the most friction? Most of the time, why do they fight? What do they fight on? Why are they fighting on these things? And what processes currently depend too much on one individual? If that person is gone, you're in trouble. If that person is gone, these are questions that we need to ask ourselves. There's an organization that I work with, that I get to work with, and I'm scared that if one particular person leaves, there'll be a problem. And I'm telling you, we must do something about that. If you don't do something about it, when that person exits the system will suffer for it. So what processes currently depend too much on one person? What are you going to do about it to ensure that when that person exits, you're able to stay consistently, push on with the quality of execution in that particular line? What one leadership system can you improve on immediately? I want you to begin to think about these things, friends. I want you to begin to think about it because they're very important. And I want to put to you straight up a 30-day leadership system challenge. I don't like just to talk. I like to give people work to do. So the week 1, I want you to audit your current systems of your life. If you say you're not running an organization, don't worry, you will still run something. If you're working somewhere, you're a leader. Audit your current systems in your organization, in your life, your framework. Do everything. Audit those systems. Look at them. What is working? What is not working? What is strong? What is weak? Right? What should you start? What should you stop? What should you improve on? And what should you reduce? Week 2, identify the performance bottlenecks. You've audited everything. What are the performance bottlenecks in your systems, in your teams, in your organization? And begin to think and begin to say, okay, what am I removing? Like I said, what should you start? What should you stop? What should you increase? What should you reduce? Week 3, implement one improved system. Just like AU was saying, don't rush and work on everything. If you found like 3 to 4 to 5, don't worry. Don't start with that. Week 3, just pick one and implement one improved system. Just improve that one thing in your life. The same way with your life, pick one habit that you notice that is killing you, that is drawing you down, that is pulling you, making you an underperformer, and begin to work and tweak on that, improve on that one habit if it's that you're working on your life. But if it's your team, begin to look at that system that needs to be improved and improve one. Week 4, I want you to review, refine, and scale. The goal here, friends, is to move from reactive leadership to intentional leadership, to move to become a leader that actually is responsible, that actually does something. Because let me tell you something. Like somebody said to me years ago, I saw a quote that blew my mind. It said, even those uphills, those challenges, those problems that you went through, by the time you sit down later, you will discover that they were all part of your life. So those things were counting as part. So you must be able to use your life to produce something tangible, something that is exceptional. I want to close with this, that leadership that lasts is built on systems. Leadership that lasts, the one that lasts, is built on systems. You cannot do it yourself. A tree cannot make a forest. A drop of water cannot make an ocean. You must be able to know that if your legacy will last for generations to come, you must be able to build on systems. Strong leaders do what? They inspire people. Exceptional leaders, friends, they build systems. Sustainable organizations do not depend on heroic effort, they depend on intentional leadership architecture. And I'll close with this, that your organization will eventually become the reflection of the systems that you tolerate, build, and reinforce. That is what becomes your culture. It will become a reflection of what? The systems you tolerate, the systems you build, and the systems that you reinforce. Thank you, dear friends. God bless you. Thank you for your time. I want to say to you, keep building systems, keep developing leaders, and keep multiplying your performance. God bless you. Thank you.
Amazing, 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 amazing. Triple A, this is phenomenal. Can you hear me? I need to know that I can be heard. Triple A, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can I be heard? Fantastic. Amazing. Amazing, amazing, amazing,
Loud and
amazing.
clear.
All right, Dr. Triple A, thank you so much. That was phenomenal. That was phenomenal. Somebody just whispered to me, or I was saying to myself rather, that it's almost like you sat with me whilst I was getting ready for this, because I don't know if you realize it, but a lot of things that I touched on were the things you came to amplify, and it's phenomenal because we didn't even compare notes, right? It's absolutely phenomenal. It's absolutely phenomenal. And so, thank you so much. This is what we're going to do, guys. This is what we're going to do. We're going to have a fireside chat, but I am going to tweak that a bit because our time is far spent. We're supposed to have rounded up this event 4 hours ago, even though there's a deluge of people that are joining us that are coming post Arsenal match, but it is well. We will wipe your tears. It is well. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to have the other speaker that is in Oby come in. I know that Doctor Prof High Commission High Prince His Eminence Elisha Mamman is not here anymore. So what will happen is over the next 10 minutes maximum, in 5 minutes we should be closing. David and Favor, please let's harvest. If you have any questions, harvest the questions whilst we're having a conversation going on, and then we'll take any questions that you may have, whatever concerns you have as regards the subject matters that was discussed. I'm going to be bringing in Oby into the studio, so I am just waiting to see that she's ready to come in, and then we can have the conversation. All right, so David, let's and Favor, let's see who's got questions amongst those that are left. We thank everybody that's waited even up to this time. We thank you so much for everything that you're doing. So whilst we're getting questions, just a few, 1, 2, or 3. Let me say thank you so much to Oby. Thank you so much to Dr. Triple A, as we call him. A lot of you are probably wondering what does it mean by Triple A? Well, you can figure it out. It's Alfred Adeniyi Atiba. All right, so we call him Dr. Triple A. So I wanted us to have a very brief conversation. Quite a lot has been said about systems. Quite a lot has been said about culture. But I want us to bring this to a point of, okay, Dr. Atiba is not in the studio. I guess he will come back. So that means that I'm zeroing in on Oby Okeke. So Oby, we talk about, when it comes to systems, right, there's the formal and the informal part of every system. The formal system is usually known as culture. Is known as structure, and then the informal is known as, let me let Dr. Atiba back into the studio so that we can proceed. All right. Okay. Fantastic. We're good, huh? So I was saying that we have. So when we talk about systems, and quite a lot has been said about systems today. When we talk about systems, there are two parts to it. There's the formal side and there's the informal side. The informal side has to do with structure. The formal side rather. I don't know why I keep mixing up. The formal side has to do with structure. The informal side has to do with culture. And it's very amazing because many times a lot of attention is given to structure. That's when attention is given. That's when you bring in a consultant. But in all my experience consulting, one of the things that I've taken to heart is anything that has to do with excellence reorientation or reimagining a thing. And every time you hear about reimagining a thing, it speaks to culture. And why am I saying all of this? I'll come to the question in a bit. I was working with we were doing some consulting work for one of the foremost airlines in Nigeria. We came up with an acronym. The acronym is PRIDE. All right, and PRIDE simply means personal responsibility in delivering excellence. Personal responsibility in delivering excellence. So the question is this, and I'm going to go straight to Oby. The question is this: in your experience, being in the service space, overseeing multi organizations, out of the seven things that I discussed earlier, governance, people, strategy, all of that, measurement, and everything. Why is the people side of business absolutely important?
Okay, so can you hear me? You seem a bit frozen.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear
Okay,
you.
okay, great. And it's very simple. It's very simple, Aniekan. The thing is, my many years through career and business, I've come to realize that the engine room really for every organization, it's its people, right? Because at the end of the day, all of the planning, strategy, structure that's put in place, the systems that you try to ensure that they are, infused in within your organization will, at the end of the day, be powered by people. And the quality of the people that you have within your system will determine how efficient and truly how effective all of these systems will be run. It will, at the end of the day, be able to reflect, the strength of the structure which you have put in place. And that's why it's really important that there has to be a synchrony and an alignment, of all of these things, the process, the people, the structure. There has to be that place where everything is working at the same speed, and the people get to understand the big picture, and beyond just understanding the big picture, they're also able to reflect that big picture in all of the activities that's done. And which is why culture really is everything, because that's what speaks to the identity that everybody connects with. And when that structure, when that culture is in place, it speaks to the behavioral pattern of the people. And the behavioral pattern of the people is what will, at the end of the day, be able to deliver the efficiency of the systems and be able to reflect the strength of the culture, that of the structure has been put in place within an organization.
Hold on a bit. Let me interject here before I go to Dr. Triple A. So I hear what you're saying, right? I hear all that you're saying, but I do have a question for you, or maybe a couple of questions born out of what she said. And the question is this: who sets the culture? Where does the culture come from? So as an organization, you have you that started a business, for instance, and then so who sets the culture? Because I want everybody to be clear about that. Who sets the culture? Where does the culture come from? Do we all form the culture, or do we come in to meet the culture? Who sets the culture?
I really want to be very realistic, and let's use the family setting for instance. The child is born into a home, right? And the level of discipline, the order, the ethics, the way of doing things are things that the child is born into. And that's why at the end the child becomes what the parents model, living to be like. And I put that now into the organization, and I say it's the leadership actually. The culture is what speaks to the leadership of an organization. I will come into a space and I will become what I see is being done. I will align with what is being done, and that is why there's a question of what do you allow, what's allowable, what should be and what should not be, what will you accept and what will you not accept. And all of those things are a factor of what the leadership, the visionaries of the business, the founders of the business have been able to identify with, and which is why, it's a connection between your identity and what you speak to. So you have a purpose for which your business is set, and then you have the values that speak to you as an organization, and you're able to also build your culture around this, because this is what defines your identity as an organization. And every time you engage with people, you relate with them on that premise, because that serves as the founding rock, the founding block for all the decisions that are taken. So at the end of the day, it's not something that just happens. It's something that is defined over time, considering the purpose for which your business is started, considering your values and the things that you stand for, and then it builds onto your culture, and then it speaks to the people.
Exactly. That was what I wanted to tease out for the purpose of this conversation. Culture, in my understanding and deep one at that, is simply the alignment between your identity and your vision. So you're absolutely right in the way that, look, you have to be able to say this is who we are with regards to delivering on what's the purpose, the assignments, the vision for this organization is, and that will in many regards even determine the kind of people that come into the space, the kind of people you work with, the kind of people that will come in and serve as stakeholders to what it is, so that if you're not trying to determine culture after you've taken on everyone. That's the part I wanted to get out, so that young startups, young founders, you understand that in fact where you are right now, building a new organization is a privileged place. There are many things that many people cannot break, or unless they're serious straight or restructuring or change management, an opportunity to get it right ab initio. And I wanted to point that out to everyone. Now we have a couple of questions in the comment section. I'm going to get to them in a bit. But let me go to Dr. Triple A. And thank you very much, Obi, for that response. I'll be coming back to you in a bit. Let me go to Triple A. Triple A. So there's a saying that I say most of the time, right? And I say that, look, every business person is a typology of Joseph, or Joseph is the typology of every business person. Number one, Joseph has the ability to dream. Number two, and more importantly, in my opinion, Joseph has the ability to interpret the dreams of others. Now, with everything that we've spoken about, I'd like you to just for about a couple of minutes to speak to how important it is and how necessary it is to be able to speak to the dreams of stakeholders, employers, board, the market, how important it is to be able to interpret the dreams of others for you to be able to fulfill your own dream. I believe very strongly that many of the people around here need to be able to learn something from this. So, can you speak to this for a couple of minutes before we now take questions from the audience? Able to dreams of stakeholders, employers, board, the market, how important it is to interpret others for you to fulfill your own dream. I believe very strongly that many of the people around here need to be minutes before we now take questions from the audience. Is Dr. Triple A there? Seems like Dr. Triple A, can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Okay, looks okay, great. I can hear you. There was a bit of a delay. I can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry. So the network has been on and off, and I wonder why. But he was so kind to let me finish before he started misbehaving. But anyways, so you know, so some of the things I picked up, because it was on and off. I was trying to pick from what you said. I think you mentioned about interpretation of dreams, right? How do you interpret
Yeah.
dreams for yourself? Is that what you said?
Well,
Okay, beautiful. All right. So
I spoke about the typology of Joseph for every business person, every career person, every business, every
yeah,
entrepreneur. You must be able to have dreams. You must have vision for your business, but much more than that, you must be able to interpret the dreams of others, the dreams of the market, stakeholders, employee. You need to be able to interpret the dreams of others to fulfill your own dream. And I wanted you to speak to that for about a minute or two. All right.
All right, beautiful, great. What I learned, being consultant is something that is grammatically, very big, out of word context and all that. But the consultant actually means somebody who solves a problem, right? So when it comes to other people's dreams, it's problem solving at its best. That's what I see that. Having served under somebody, like having been on the auspices of Velatoye, worked with you, about you will realize, and what are we doing? We're solving their problems. We're actually interpreting, we're helping them put strong skill. Who is going to excel must be an excellent problem solver. But you will not be a problem solver if you cannot be a great listener. One of the challenges that I see with a lot of people, and when I mention the word listen, I'm saying that people don't listen. They listen to the people around them, don't to the trends, don't listen to the patterns, they don't listen to the waves, they don't listen at all. So everybody has allowed the concept of noise to overwhelm them. Distractions are actually noise, as far as I'm concerned. We must be able to listen. If you don't listen, you cannot get the full picture of a problem. How do you want when you don't understand it? Look at what's going on now. Doing one or two things, doing its own, gymnastics, trying just like you're teaching me. That's exactly. We must develop the ability to listen. So that will increase effectiveness, making the problem is, and then when we're able to solve it, it changes everything. And say to us that, look, effective people on earth are those people who are able to solve problems. And everybody is, you know what, you got me. I mean, you solved my problem. That for me.
All right.
Is
amazing response. Thank you so much. Favor and David, can we take one or two questions from the audience? Can you read out one or two questions for us? Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Yes, we can. Yeah, so great. Thank you. I mentioned when I was doing my speech, people would tell me sometimes. I mentioned the Pareto law. Remember that. So what's a framework that I use really to determine, because you can't do everything. As a leader, which dictates that you find out your 20% that gives you, right? What exactly are the things? So, for example, you're a business owner. What are those things that you must do every day that will bring you money, that will bring you return on investment for your business? Those are your 20%. As grow everything and begin to take out those things that really matter. Okay, so for example, single day, I must pray. It makes me effective. I must pray, but before I pray, I must meditate. The scope of everything. I believe strongly in one. Scripture tells us that before God spoke, the Spirit moved over the face of the earth. He was going over. What was he doing? He was meditating. He was assessing things. He was doing evaluation. He was doing skill gap analysis. He was doing everything, just assessing the whole thing, checking it all out. and then he spoke. You don't go into action without a proper assessment of the problem that you want to solve. So I first of all meditate. Prayer for me is a solution to a problem. Yeah, because I'm praying, I'm asking God to intervene, a higher power to intervene in the problem. But if I don't know the full scope of the problem, what I do? So that for me is one, meditation, then prayer. Then I still can help me with, right? I'm in a strategic role. But I don't run around, jumping around, trying to solve my problem myself, right? I look for who can solve it. There are things I can do. There are things I cannot do, no matter how strong I am. So I look for it, I assess, and I assign to each person. I'm telling myself and to every other person in my team who can do what. Now that is strategic. That is my 20%. I have looked at the whole thing. I've assessed, meditated, I found the loopholes, and then I assess. So those are my own 20%. You must be that. What is your 20%? The remaining 80%, they're not really your concern. They are the concern of your team. So what do we do when it comes to SWOT analysis? We say to people, you dwell on your strengths and you outsource your weakness. That's it. That's the framework. I use the 20%, 20, 80. That's my framework that I use.
Okay, Dr. Triple A, amazing. You know, as you were speaking, a couple of things came to mind. And the truth of the matter is that I'm actually at a point where I do a medley of frameworks because, first of all, problems are multifaceted, and I've seen that multi approaches work better and in many regards faster than just an approach. So one of the things that I do, like the Pareto's principle, and I apply it in different areas, so which is very good. But the thing about priority is this: priority requires a level of clarity about a benchmark, because you must have a benchmark. What's your benchmark? The benchmark is what exactly you're trying to do, and so like Dr. Triple A said, your priority, you're saying to yourself, what are the things that you must do? But a way that I've come over the years to understand what priority is what can you do? What can you not do without? So that really already classifies what is absolutely important to you. There are many things that you can do. There are many things that feel right to do, but there are a certain number of things that you cannot do without. Because if you don't do without, you will cease to exist in the state that you're in. So once you're able to come to that realization, you're now able to benchmark those ones. So you yourself, that you're trying to decide what's priority, you have to first determine what exactly do I want to achieve, and then have a deep enough understanding to realize what must be done. In other words, what can we not afford not to do, if you understand what I mean. All right, so that's also very, very important. Getting your priorities right in that regard.
I want to add to that.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to add to that and say that there are things you must also understand. There are things that you do, and there are the things you must do. Should do, must be different.
Yeah,
they're different, because if it's a must do, you know that is very urgent. That's what we're saying.
Absolutely, the consequences are there.
Very urgent. It needs to be tackled now. Yeah,
exactly.
Should do means
there's a time frame,
you can
and the
actually
consequences are very dark.
probably the time frame exactly. And the things that you want to do. So these things, they're different in its way. So you must be able, just like you said, be able to understand what has a deadline. That's the thing, the deadline factor. If the deadline factor is there, it changes everything. If it is a must do, that means you don't joke with it, you get it done immediately. And it's not about your emotions. That's what I discovered. I changed everything for me. That emotions. It's about the goals. It's about the results. It's not about how I felt the goal. It's about it, because that's one of the things you're thinking. You're being apathetic to the result, to the performance, because you're thinking, I'm not feeling like it. It's not about how you feel. Remember, we're creating systems. So it's about the system. It's not about you.
Okay, so let me hold your thoughts there, Triple A. Let me hold your thoughts there. Let me pivot to. We're just going to take one more question, but before that question, let me pivot to Oby and get our thoughts on the question that we've been talking about the past few minutes. Oby, over to you.
Okay, yes, I just wanted to add that, we must also recognize in this activities, their would always count as distraction. So they usually would seem like what you need, what you should be doing, but at the end of the day, it's not delivering to you the results that it should, especially in line with what your objectives are, what your vision is, what your purpose is, what you've really cut out to do within a space of time, within a season, and it doesn't absolutely improve you. So we must, and intentionally so, be able to sit down and create, like a prioritization framework, like we've all said. What truly is important? What can I delegate, like Dr. Atiba said? What is a distraction, and I need to just take it out of the space? How do I ensure that I don't get into a crisis moment? How can I be able to manage myself? And it's not about managing time. Be able to manage myself within the space of time to ensure that the things that need to be done are done at the right and appropriate time, such that you don't get into the place of saying, oh, this is really urgent and it's important and it must be done. No, you should be in the place where you can say it's important, but it's not urgent. So it allows you to strategize. It allows you to build a system around it. It allows you to build a team around it, and it helps you to be better effective. And so there's no burnout because you're trying to get it done, because you already have a limited time to have it done. But because you have taken time to be able to prioritize your tasks and responsibilities, it enables you to also be ready and do the things that you need to do at the time that it should be done, and so that you can even do it better and better strategize for better effectiveness and efficiency over time. My thoughts.
Amazing, amazing. Someone said, and I remember hearing this somewhere. If you have a good thing going on, build a system around it. If you have a problem, build a system around it. In other words, as long as you're living, build a system around it. All right. So, Favo, let's take one more question. One more question before we begin to shut this
Yeah.
down.
So
We've been 5 hours, 18 minutes.
okay.
All right, David is there as well. All right, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. I mean, amazing, amazing. I believe Amarachuku has so many questions, and think since we have one more, I don't think we'll be able to take hers. But maybe we could do a quick fire. I'm trying to see what other questions. PSG all the way. Oh no, that's not a question. That's a statement. I think we'll take
You
Alec.
just have to put PhD in this. I saw what you
No,
did
no,
there. You put PhD.
no.
I saw what you did there.
I thought it was a question. So I'm gonna skip that. So Alec Kirichi says, in an organization where the most effective person leaves and there's no system or structure in place, how do they manage the situation? I know a company in the mess right now.
So
I'll take that again in an organization.
Let's have Obi take that. Let's have Obi take
Yeah.
that. We'll
So let me just go over it. Can we? In an organization where the most effective person leaves and there's no system or structure in place, how do they manage the situation?
The truth is that they're already in a crisis point. So the deed has been done. So it's about sitting down now and addressing the matters and trying to see how you can now begin to do it right. So what it means is we are also expecting that whomever the founder of that business, to a large extent, has an understanding of the work, the functions that staff has been, carrying out over a period. And because what needs to be done immediately is to be able to raise a team that will be trained to fit that role and ensure that at no time, that's why it's important that we have job functions and that we have roles. And then there's the trainer. At no point should one person alone be able to do a task. And, it's in such a way that once that person leaves that system, nobody else can handle. And that's why it's important to create a system around functions, around roles that enables a group of people, a team. One is a process. And so it's not tied to just one person. You have a team that understands this process such that when one person is not available, another person can handle it effectively. And so it ensures that there's transfer and there's succession of, roles, responsibilities, and at no time are you at the kind of fix that the company So it's about a redress. They're already in a situation, so they have to begin, number one, build a team that will be trained in that process. It will cost the owner of that business having to be, available now to be able to get that in place. There are a lot of trainings that has to be done, a lot of restructuring that has to be done, and then they have to indeed document processes that would be run within a system, within a team, and ensure that not just one person. At no time should just one person be able to handle one role, especially when it's a very, very critical one within an organization. It's very risky. It's a very risky thing. So they just need to start again, get a team in place, train the team within the job functions of it, and ensure that not just one person understands that process.
All right, so I think that's profound. Thanks a lot, Obi. I mean, what I'll say to that, and I'll yield to Triple A for a minute as well. What I'll simply say to that is, where you have a structure that is not working, you need restructuring. Where you have no system or structure, then you need a system and a structure. So to further, say what stand by what Obi is saying, you need absolute architecture. And that has to go from top to bottom. We need to be able to examine what your vision is. We need to examine the methodology by which is your mission, by which you want to attain that vision, and tie that to the culture that you believe that you have. And then we'll be able to see the best way for people, for your processes and your systems to work. So this is, like you said, it's not about the mess that you're in. You can either focus on the mess or you can focus on the bright future and the solution that you're in. But there's a lot of work that has to be done there. And just like Obi said, that's just the way to go. You need to put structure in place. You need to get it in place. Otherwise, you're going to have, because look, listen, like I said earlier, every time it's a disservice and an insult to a good person when they're in a structureless place. They get frustrated. You make them feel like they don't know what they're doing, and so no great person or no talented person or effective person is going to stay where there is no structure, and he's not allowed to put certain structures in place, because you could also be in a place where there's no structure but have a level of authority and a degree of influence to be able to activate structure at multi levels. But where you don't have a capacity to make a change because of governance style or because of the exposure or authority that you have, then chances are that good people will leave. So what do they need to do? They need to put structure in place, and that's just really what it is. Triple A, can we just have your thoughts on it for a minute, because of time?
Yeah, I wanted to say, it's so interesting, one of the things that came to mind, one of the things that I do is to ensure that there's actually a compensation system for my people, right? Everybody in the organization must benefit one way or the other. I mean, it's just one of the things that I'm always thinking about. What's the compensation? Because let me tell you something. Every one of us, we are inherently selfish, right? Everybody's thinking, what's in it for me? What do I gain from this whole process? Especially with our Gen Z that we have now. Apologies to all the Gen Z in the house. They are always thinking, what's in it for me? Do I get from this? How do I get from this? Some of them do remote. If you want to do remote work, they are thinking, you know what? And let's be real, they're good at what they do. If we're going to talk and we can actually create a structure where they do remote and I'm getting my result to you, there must be a way to create ownership so that the people will not just leave. I have a mentor who has successfully the same people work for her, with her. Let me use for over 24 jokes. They've been with her, they did not leave. If I worked with her for 3-4 months, I didn't want to leave. She has a system in place that makes you stick. No jokes. She should be made a case study in this nation. I'm not kidding.
Exactly. So she's got a system.
She's got a system. One of the things that I discovered is, number one, she genuinely cares about you. Number two, she is so well. In organization presently, there's a restaurant, there's a restroom. So if you are tired, you can sleep. Can you imagine? How many organizations have a rest place? As in, you go sleep. and you come back to
Rest,
work.
rest is
You go
labeled
eat.
evil.
Do you understand what I'm saying? As in, rest is labeled evil. You know, if you're sick, she has health insurance for you. She sees to you personally. Not that, I mean, there's a system that takes care of you, but she follows up. She literally calls. I lost my dad. Look at, I'm talking about over 16 years of working with her. Lost my dad. She calls me from outside the country and sends me money. It's not the money you call. That's how she is. She calls everybody. There's a system in place. There's a way you structure things. You know, so there's a way you do this thing that people don't leave. And when they do leave, they're the ones who are feeling like, man, I left something big, I left something great, I left something huge. Why would somebody stay with somebody for 24 years? It's because they believe this is our business. It's not our business anymore. It's her business.
So it's
Our
ownership,
business,
right?
Yeah, ownership. So it's become like that. Why? Because there are compensations, there are rewards, and everything. I remember when I worked with her a year ago, one of the things she told me was, you work with me, you be my manager, guess what? This is your part. This is what you take. You create 3 of these things, you take one of it. I mean, she wanted to. I mean, you just had to part ways because, I mean, things happen, life happened, right?
Okay.
So basically, we need to understand these things and look, let's set it straight. Yeah, the mess has happened. Now we can build from scratch. Like Dr. Oby said, let's build these things from scratch. Let's do what is right. Let's create systems that enable people, systems that help people to, know their best. If we can do that, we're good to go. Thanks.
Amazing. And let me just say this and wrap up, right? Something that I keep on saying over and over, and I got it from somebody I was engaging with, who was a guest on my Fireside Show Connect. And, he said something profound about 3 years ago to me. And I said, look, how do you get people to work with you? He's got about 116 staff as of 3 years ago. One man, 116 staff. Across multi-states, a couple of countries. I said, look, how do you get them to go? And he said something profound to me that I'll never forget. He said, if you can build a system where you connect with their hearts, develop their heads, then they'll give you their hands. Because people must always find their future in the future of the organization. And look, it doesn't matter what you do. 25 years going, I can tell you this for free. If I don't see my future in your organization, chances that I'm only going to be there for as long as it meets my present. If it doesn't meet my present, then we're not going to deal. And so, when he said that to me, and he said, look, you've got to build systems that you can connect with their hearts, develop, which is training and all of that, develop their head, they will give you their hands, which is in the place of dexterity and service. All right. So this is where I get to say thank you to my guests tonight. Thank you, Oby. Thank you, AAA. Thank you to Elisha Mamman. Thank you to everybody who has been here. Quite a number of people have dropped off. I mean, we're supposed to be here for 4 hours. This is 5 hours, 30 minutes. Thank you. I have never had a value, even when we had Value Exchange. Dr. AAA, you were an edition of Value Exchange a few years ago. It was a 2-day program, and today we put everything in 1 day. I want to say thank you to everyone who's joined us on Facebook, everybody who's joined us on YouTube. Thank you to the support team. You guys are the best. All right. Thank you to our amazing and fantastic hosts. All right. They will close out. I'm only just giving my votes of thanks. And thank you to everybody who's been a part of this. Thank you to our partners who have done tremendous work aligning with us, believing in the cause of what we're doing, and set to do even much bigger and significant things with us. Thank you. So on behalf of that, I want to thank Oby Okeke for sharing our time, our hearts, for being here all the way from the beginning, even till now. Thank you for just being as phenomenal as you are. Thank you, Dr. AAA, my brother and my friend. You have been gracious, very kind. You have delivered nuggets of fire. You have been very, very elaborate in dispensing wisdom. You have not held back. We thank you. Thank you so much. Elisha Mamman, the Lion of Kaduna, I thank you. I thank you for always granting me audience. I thank you for being such a friend, a brother. I thank you for coming and sharing your heart, your hands, and your head with us as well. Thank you and thank you. So at this point, I'm going to yield the microphone over to Favor and David as I bid you all a good night, and then they will close the show. We look forward to more engagements. They have a couple of announcements that they will make, the connect and all of that, but we will leave them to it. To my guest speakers again, thank you so much. Thank you.
Much.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Favor, would you like to start closing us out?
I think I want to. It's been an amazing session. It's been amazing. And I want to, AU has appreciated everyone and thanked you, but I also want to thank you again. You all are so awesome. Like, you've been here from the start. It's supposed to be a 4 hour program, but it's been 5 hours, 32 minutes, and you're still here. And that's just so amazing. That shows how much you want to get, how much you want to learn. And it's just so amazing to still have you guys here. So thank you to appreciate every one of you. Thank you to our speakers. Thank you for sharing your knowledge, your experience, your insights. I have a lot on my notes, and I'm going to keep going through this and going through it again and again, because consistency is key. And to our partners and supporters, thank you for believing in this vision. We thank you. We thank you. And to every participant who have joined us, thank you so much. Thank you for engaging and investing in your growth. David?
Favor, absolutely right. I
Yeah.
can't say much after that. All I can say is I remember when we started, and I started by saying that I do not think that it is a coincidence that the value exchange is called the VEX program. And I said that for those of you who may not know, that VEX is not just Nigerian pidgin, it's English. And it's just simply to agitate. And that brings me to a certain point that I've known for the longest time, that only things we are agitated or angry about are the things that we will truly change.
Yeah.
And I believe that the need to be able to create personal systems that could create more effective positioning, more effective results over the next coming years, the coming weeks, coming days, will come from this conversation, because I believe that we've agitated the participants of this conversation in the right direction. And more
Yeah.
than anything, I'm grateful for every single speaker. Elisha, being the lion that he is, roared as loud as he possibly could. Oby brought the wisdom to make us understand that people will always remember how you feel, and we remember how she's made us feel. We're grateful for Mr. Alfred Dr. Triple A, who has been an absolute phenomenal help. Like Triple A, you'd expect that they will meet you when you break down. He broke us down, and he was able to take us from the point where we're broken down. And finally, last but not least, Mr. Aniekan Usoroh, who has always, for the longest time, I've known him for the better part of a decade, over a decade, and he has referred to himself as a light, a voice, and a bridge. And it is said, I remember when I did go to leadership school, we're told that a leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. And if he refers to himself as a light, a voice, and a bridge, he has been the voice that knows the way. He has been the bridge that goes the way, and he has been the light that shows the way. And more than anything, I'm sure that so many people on this conversation will agree with me. And I would just try to remind you guys, as always, my name is David Williams. I am the Big Talker. And it has been one of the greatest honors of my life to be a part of this conversation. And I look forward to all that you will do in the coming days, in the coming years. And I hope that you reference this moment as the moment that gave you the spark and the vex to create the change that was necessary in your life and in the world. Favor, thank you
Yeah.
too as well
Thank you,
for
David.
being.
want to
for
remind
being
them.
the absolute phenomenal woman. And just to, yes, like what I was gonna say, we should remind people to join the platform. Yes,
Yeah, and to remind them that
and
the conversation doesn't end here. We still have the
absolutely the
AU.
connect.
Yes. So it's every Sunday by 7 p.m. And then we also have a WhatsApp community where you can send your messages, you can ask questions, and there are people there to give you replies to your questions. Join the AU Connect every Sunday by 7 p.m. on this channel.
Amen to that. Thank you so much. Favor, it has been an honor to do this with you. To every single person on the AU Value Exchange the live stream. Because of time, I'm sure we can't mention all of your names, but you guys have been integral to our success, helping us with all of the media, the videos, and just helping us get ready. So thank you so much. I believe
And
it's a good place to
also,
say good night.
no, wait, before
Okay.
we say
Yes,
good
please.
night,
Yes,
before we say
please.
good night, we had two winners from the Thursday session. So we
Ah,
have
yes.
Dr. Umesi and Temitope Akande. Temitope have been very active on the chat and they won the business model canvas that I will be giving to them. So you just send a DM to um, Winner or Amarachuku in the WhatsApp group and you will be given your presents. Congratulations, guys.
Congratulations. That's good news. I want to see if it's possible for me to win something from the back door. But I think I'll do that just after we're done. I want his backyard and try and win something.
I don't
But
think it's
maybe after
possible.
we've closed this session. Okay. All right.
It's been
Thank you
amazing.
again, everyone.
You. Thank
Absolutely,
you.
Favor. You're incredible, and I'm grateful that I had you for support. Thank you so much.
And I'm grateful to have you for support. Thank
I
you.
think this is a good time to call it a night. Yes.
I agree.
All
I
right
agree.
then.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
everyone.
Take care.
And
Until next time.
until
Bye.
next time. Bye, guys.
The partners of this program include Lead World, The Place, Master Jeep Travels, Strengths Africa, A&A Tech East Services, Grills at Belmed, Auto Ease, The African Dream Network, Roy Ashmore, Paul Uda Leadership Firm. The partners of this program include